Good morning, everyone. So we will now start our agenda item on C2, our Chum Salmon Bycatch agenda item, beginning with staff presentations. The AP finished their deliberations yesterday on this issue. We anticipate being able to at least post the motion, maybe not the rationale, by the time this presentation is done. So we'll be closing public testimony sign up at the conclusion of the staff presentation today. And I'm not sure how long it'll take us. It'll at least a few hours, maybe throughout most of the day. But I would just encourage members of the public to track our progress as far as timing for sign up. So with that, I will hand it over to our staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Kate Hopla with council staff, and I'll let Sarah introduce herself as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Meriden, council staff.
Under this agenda item, the council is scheduled to take final action on the Bering Sea Chum Salmon Bycatch issue. So the council will decide whether to make a final recommendation on a preferred alternative and then the substance of that alternative. Ms. Meriden and I are providing the staff presentation for you along with Mr. Doug Shaptel from the National Marine Fisheries Service. Please note that the action memo for C2 also lists other agency staff who are available to help answer questions as needed from the National Marine Fisheries Service, as well as the 3 cooperating agencies and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. The council is considering new management measures to minimize the bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the national standards, and other applicable law. While the council is scheduled to make a final recommendation at this meeting, this action has been before the council for the last several years and has been reviewed at 6 previous council meetings. This slide is a timeline for the action, and it gives you a picture of the major milestones as a reference point. This action was last before the council at its February 2025 meeting for a second initial review, and at that time, the council modified its alternatives, requested additional analysis on those changes, and recommended the agency release the document for publication as a draft EIS. This slide summarizes those major changes made to the alternatives at the prior February 2025 meeting. The most substantive changes were made to Alternative 5, which would establish an in-season corridor and chum salmon bycatch cap. Last February, the council recommended 3 different corridors be analyzed. The area that would close if the corridor's bycatch cap was met are both larger and more discrete depending on the option. The corridor bycatch cap range was also changed, and the council added 2 new options to Alternative 5. Option 3 would allow the corridor and bycatch cap to be suspended in years of high Western Alaska chum salmon abundance, and Option 4 would modify the start date for the winter herring savings area in a year that the herring PSC limit is met by the pollock trawl fishery. Under Alternative 3, the council replaced the Bethel Test Fishery Cumulative CPUE with the Kuskokwim sonar as the data source for the Kuskokwim area under Option 1. And Alternatives 2, 3, and 5 were modified by adding a CDQ reserve pool apportionment suboption. In addition to the substantive changes made to the alternatives, the analysts also received feedback from the council, the AP, the SSC, and also made notes of points raised by members of the public during testimony. And this slide provides a summary of the major changes made in the document in response to the new alternatives, as well as the feedback that was received. If the council does choose to recommend a preferred alternative, this slide outlines the subsequent milestones that are associated with that decision and what must occur prior to implementation. One point I do want to bring your attention to is that previously there was interest in an expectation that implementation might be possible for the 2027 bee season. However, at this time, the agency is expecting that any new regulations that may be implemented would be expected to take effect in the 2028 B season. There are several items posted under the C2 agenda item, but the council will be receiving two presentations. As I mentioned before, Ms. Marinan and I will be presenting the draft environmental impact statement, or the DEIS. Mr. Doug Sheftel with the National Marine Fisheries Service will present to the management, monitoring, and enforcement section. And then following this presentation, Mr. Sheftel will also walk through the agency's summary comment report, as well as some high-level key points from the agency's most recent tribal consultation and engagement sessions on this issue. Finally, we want to make the council aware that one of the documents that's posted under this agenda item is the staff outreach and engagement report. That document captures the major themes and discussion from the council's outreach and engagement efforts on this action over the last year. The council's outreach and engagement activities are separate from and in addition to any efforts for tribal consultations and engagement sessions held by the agency. Any outreach event that council members participate in are not formal meetings of the council because a quorum of members are not permitted to participate. So this summary report was prepared to document the outreach and engagement process, as well as the information shared with council members at these events. This is the outline for the remainder of our presentation. So following this introduction, I will walk through the purpose and need statement for this action, which will be followed by a detailed walkthrough of the alternatives and options that are being considered. We will then present the impact analysis by alternative. This is slightly different from what's in the analysis, but this approach will allow us to present the costs and benefits of the alternatives side by side. Each of our slides has the relevant section or page numbers of the analysis, so you can easily cross-reference that information. And then later sections of this presentation will walk through the potential impacts under a combination of alternatives, make a comparison among the alternatives, and then discuss management, monitoring, and enforcement. Okay, we're going to move on to the purpose and need. The entire purpose and need statement is placed here on the slide as a reference point, but you can also find it in section 1.1 of the DEIS. As a reminder, the purpose and need statement was developed and recommended by the Salmon Bycatch Committee, and the council adopted this statement from the committee in April 2023. The council is considering this action to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch and the Bering Sea pollock fishery in light of the recent and ongoing crises and collapses in chum salmon abundance across this region. Since 2020, nearly all river systems have had chum salmon run sizes well below average, with some runs at historic low levels. More information on Alaska salmon fisheries management, as well as Western Alaska chum salmon stock status, is available to you in section 333 of the DEIS, as well as all subsequent subsections. Also acknowledged in the council's purpose and need statement is the importance of chum salmon as a fishery resource throughout Alaska. For salmon, the management priority is first and foremost for conservation, followed by subsistence uses, and then all other consumptive uses. The recent and ongoing declines in chum salmon abundance across this region has created adverse impacts to communities, tribes, and Western Alaska chum salmon users in terms of their cultural and economic well-being, identity, food security, and reduced access to traditional foods, among others. The purpose and need statement acknowledges that the best available science indicates that ecosystem and climate changes are the leading causes of the recent run failures across Western Alaska. This element of the purpose and need statement was informed by the scientific reports and presentations that the council received at its June 2022 meeting in Sitka. That research indicated that the recent marine heat waves in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea have affected the marine survivability of chum salmon originating from Western Alaska river systems. However, also acknowledged in the purpose and need statement is that it's important to understand all sources of mortality. This action is focused on the Bering Sea pollock fishery because it is accountable for more than 99% of the chum salmon bycatch that occurs in all Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries. Participants in this fishery would be directly regulated by the action, and no other BSAI groundfish fishery would be affected. All of the proposed regulatory changes would apply solely to the B season pollock fishery, which is when this fleet encounters the majority of chum salmon bycatch, and that season has regulatory dates of June 10th through November 1. As I've mentioned, the primary goal of this action is to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, but not all chum salmon that are taken within the Bering Sea pollock fishery originate from Western Alaska. This slide provides for you a depiction of the 6 different regional genetic baseline groups that Bay Labs use to analyze the stock composition of the bycatch each year. Those 6 reporting groups are shown for you on the left-hand side of the slide. The circles within each of the lower 4 panels represent individual populations within the group. Western Alaska chum salmon are represented in panel C, where the coastal Western Alaska reporting group are shown in yellow and the upper middle Yukon reporting group are shown in that light blue color. This slide provides a summary overview of the Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch in recent years. On the left-hand side of this slide is figure 1-2 from the analysis, and it shows the genetic breakouts for the 2023 B season. In 2023, approximately 112,000 chum salmon were taken as bycatch, and 10.6% of those fish were Western Alaska chum salmon. However, the stock composition of the bycatch does vary year to year, and so the table on the right-hand side of this slide provides data for the most recent 5 years to illustrate some of that interannual variability.
Dr. Hapola, we have a question. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hapola. And I'm wondering, this slide is helpful, but as you just said, the genetic composition of Western Alaska, or excuse me, chum salmon bycatch varies from year to year. And I'm just trying to, can you direct me in the document where I might find the specific, which table it is that has the specific genetic components over the time series we're looking at? Because what I'm trying to get at is I'm preparing for testimony, and we often hear that Asian hatchery chum dominates chum salmon bycatch, but I'm particularly after Mr. Head's presentation yesterday, I'm noticing, you know, the Eastern Gulf of Alaska, Pacific Northwest component. So can you direct me in the document where I would find the time series of that genetic composition? I can't find it at the moment.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, Ms. Baker, that is table 328 in the analysis. The final section of the purpose and need statement lays out the other objectives that the council has for this action. In particular, the council intends to establish new measures to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery while maintaining the priority objectives of the Chinook salmon bycatch program, and to balance and meet the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly National Standards 9, 2, 8, and 1. Okay, the next section of our presentation will move into the description of alternatives. And I would note that Chapter 2 of the DEIS provides a detailed description for you of each alternative that's being considered. The DEIS analyzes 5 different alternatives to meet the purpose and need statement for this action. Federal law requires a consideration of a no action alternative, which, if selected, would retain the existing chum salmon bycatch management measures. The remaining 4 alternatives being considered include limits or caps on the number of chum salmon that may be caught in the pollock fishery, and closure of all or part of the Bering Sea pollock fishery once a cap is met, as well as changes to the IPAs. Before we move into a further description of those alternatives, I do want to remind the council of where we have been with the history of this action. Section 2.1 of the analysis provides a detailed description, and this slide is a summary reference for you. The alternatives that the council is considering have largely originated from the Salmon Bycatch Committee, composed of representatives from Western Alaska as well as the Bering Sea pollock fishery. And these alternatives have undergone several reviews and revisions. Those changes have been made iteratively and in response to the impact analyses that have been brought forward, as well as recommendations from advisory bodies and public comment. Building on that point, this slide highlights important context for the remainder of this presentation. Again, this action is being considered in light of the ongoing declines in chum salmon abundance across the Western Alaska region, which have had a severe negative impact to communities, tribes, and directed fisheries. There are several factors that have been discussed throughout the history of this action that have shaped the alternatives that are being considered to achieve the goal of minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And I will walk through some of those here. So first is that the Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia reporting groups account for the majority of the bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery over the analyzed period. The Northeast Asia reporting group includes hatchery as well as wild stocks largely from Russia that are mixed in unknown proportions, whereas the Southeast Asia component is primarily hatchery released fish from Japan. Hatchery production, particularly from Russia, has increased in recent years, which may further complicate the assessment and management of chum salmon bycatch. Additionally, to the extent the alternatives are able to induce behavior changes, and the result is lower Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. This action may provide an indirect benefit to Western and interior Alaska chum salmon users that rely on chum salmon for their cultural and economic well-being. At the same time, the council has considered the scale of the potential reductions and the associated conservation benefits that may be achieved by this action. We have a better sense of the pollock fishery's impact on the Yukon fall chum salmon run because of the information that is available as compared to the coastal Western Alaska reporting group, where the aggregate dynamics are unavailable to us. So this action is trying to reduce the impact of bycatch from the upper middle Yukon reporting group that aligns with Yukon fall chum salmon from the average of 1%. As with any action, the council must balance the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the national standards. All of the alternatives that are being considered would impose some level of cost and constraint on the pollock fishery. This is one of the highest grossing fisheries in the nation, and it supports many families, communities, and businesses, as well as other fisheries that depend upon it. Finally, a stated goal of this action is to create opportunities for the pollock fleet to minimize its Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch while maintaining the priority objective of the Chinook avoidance program. The alternatives that are being considered do not create incentives for the fleet to avoid Chinook salmon bycatch, although there are existing regulations for Chinook salmon, and we can speak to those later on. The timing of when the fleet catches Western Alaska chum salmon and Chinook salmon as PSC are different, and the alternatives create some different trade-offs here for your consideration as well. Again, these points have been raised over the last several years in conjunction with the council's consideration of this issue, including the analytical documents, public testimony, as well as council deliberations.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Hapola. I appreciate you pulling out the scale of impact, since that's something we have to focus on. And I notice you say it's on average 1% of the Yukon fall chum salmon run. So will we see later in the presentation year by year, so we understand what goes into that average?
Yes, Ms. Kimball, you
Okay.
will.
And my second question is, I realize that's an impact rate that was able to be determined because we know kind of the denominator that run returns for the Yukon.
But for the Coastal Western Alaska aggregate group, you did provide somewhere, and I'm with Ms. Baker and just not being able to find things quickly. You did provide some metric of the scale, which I think is critical for us to understand. Is that also later in the presentation on what proportion of the Coastal Western Alaska chum bycatch is of other removals, total removals?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Kimball, we will speak to that under alternative 1 as well as alternatives 2 and 3, where we're more directly measuring the change in impact. For reference, table 333 as well as figure 319 in the analysis provide that information and context for you in terms of the AEQ removals of coastal Western Alaska fish in comparison to total removals.
Thank you.
Moving now to alternative 1. Alternative 1 would retain the existing regulations for chum salmon bycatch management in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Chum salmon bycatch is currently managed under a rolling hotspot system for chum salmon avoidance. The hotspot program identifies areas where chum salmon encounters are high in comparison to other areas on the pollock fishing grounds. Those areas are closed for a period of time to pollock fishing, and vessels are required to move elsewhere. The location and timing of these closures varies each year because their implementation is based on near real-time and in-season data as well as encounters. The figure on the top right-hand corner of your slide shows you a composite map of rolling hotspot closures from 2017 through 2023, where each color and polygon there represents a different year, so you can get a sense of that variability. The second component to the existing regulations that would be retained under alternative 1 is the chum salmon savings area. The chum salmon savings area is a time area closure that's triggered by a chum salmon PSC limit. This area continues to exist in regulations, but this really functions as a backstop measure should vessels choose not to participate in the rolling hotspot program because it is not a member to an IPA. That scenario has never occurred since 2010 when the IPAs were first implemented. Alternative 2 would implement an overall chum salmon PSC limit that functions as a hard cap during the bee season. If the hard cap is met at any point during the bee season, fishing must cease. All chum salmon taken as bycatch would accrue towards the cap, and the hard cap amount would be set at a number that represents chum salmon at any value between 100,000 and 550,000 chum salmon. The council is considering 4 different apportionment options and 1 apportionment sub-option. The 4 apportionments or sector splits are based on a sector's chum salmon bycatch history or its pollock allocation. Again, the council added the CDQ reserve pool sub-option in February 2025, and Ms. Marinan will cover that sub-option for you in more detail. This is table 2.5 from the draft EIS. It shows the apportionment percentages that would apply to each sector for all options that are being considered. As a reminder, at the council's October 2023 meeting, the council directed that a blended bycatch rate be used to calculate the apportionment percentages for sectors because vessels that are fishing CDQ pollock have at times made operational choices when assigning hauls as CDQ or non-CDQ. There's no new method here, but we are just raising this as a reminder and a point for your consideration. The council has previously indicated its intent to mirror the Chinook program. So the CDQ sector's apportionment would be further divided among the 6 CDQ groups based on their respective pollock allocation percentages. The inshore sector's apportionment would be further divided among the active inshore cooperatives and the inshore open access fishery in a year that vessels are participating based on the percentage of pollock that is held by that cooperative. The council has previously provided direction that its intent is for any apportionment of a chum salmon PSC limit under alternative 2, 3, or 5 to be transferable. This point is being raised here simply because it falls first within the order of the presentation. There's no option for the council to elect to establish transferability provisions. Rather, the agency would write regulations for implementation of a chum salmon PSC limit that mirrors the transferability provisions established under the Chinook program. Section 5.2 of the DEIS, along with Table 5.3, are available to you, and they provide greater detail on those provisions, should that be helpful to you.
And Dr. Hapola, just a question on the previous slide, actually, just a point of clarification. So alternatives 2 and 3, while they're directing apportionment down to the group and cooperative level, there's no further requirement or direction to apportion down to a vessel level is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct. There's no directive from the council to apportion chum salmon PSC down to the vessel level.
So as Kate mentioned, the CDQ reserve pool is a new concept for this iteration of the analysis. This is being considered along with any chum salmon PSC limit that may be apportioned based off of historical chum salmon catch. So alternative 2 and 3, as well as alternative 5. Before I talk about the mechanics of how this sub-option may work, I wanted to highlight the reasons expressed for its consideration. Currently, CDQ pollock quota can be fished with any sector. In recent years, it's almost entirely been harvested with CPs, so the historical trends have aligned with the CPs. Concerns were raised by CDQ representatives about apportionment options that rely on historical trend information, so options 1 through 3, and whether it might constrain opportunities for CDQ groups to fish with other sectors. So the concept of the CDQ reserve pool is for a higher chum salmon PSC limit that could be accessed by a CDQ group if they notified NIMS of plans to fish CDQ pollock with the inshore or mothership sectors. The deadline for notification would be November 15th, as specified in the motion. However, I will highlight that in the management enforcement section, NIMS recommended changing that date to October 15th of the prior year to align with the December harvest specifications. After receiving this notification, NIMS would apportion an additional amount of chum salmon PSC to the group-specific limit in harvest specs. This additional amount would come from the CDQ reserve pool based on the sector with which that it's associating. The annual determination would not affect any other CDQ group or sector, as it would be an amount above the established chum salmon PSC limit. All CDQ pollock for that group must be associated with a single sector for the B season, and changes couldn't be made in season under the sub-option as specified. So some of the concerns that are highlighted can also be seen in this table, table 2.9 in the paper, which also highlights some of the mechanics of how the pool may be calculated. So this is specific for alternative 2 and 3. I'll show a similar table for alternative 5, but the apportionments are different for these two different PSC cap alternatives, types of alternatives. So here in this table, the chum percentages match what Kate just presented under the different apportionment options. So from table 2.5 in the document in the chum percentage column. Then I show the percent of the pollock quota that each sector receives. Under the AFA apportionment, the PSC limit would be split equivalent to how the pollock quota is split. So CDQ sector has 10% of the pollock quota. They'd have 10% of the chum salmon PSC limit. So the ratio of those proportions is 1 across all sectors. But when the apportionment is completely or partially dependent on historical catch, the ratios don't equal 1. If a sector is catching a smaller proportion of total chum salmon bycatch relative to their proportion of pollock, the ratio is less than 1. So this is the case, for instance, with the CDQ and CP sectors. So the concern is if a CDQ group wishes to harvest their pollock quota with the inshore mothership sectors in the future, they'd have a lower PSC limit relative to pollock quota compared to the sectors they wish to fish with. to help explain this concept a bit more, here's an example. So two of the CDQ groups receive 14% of the CDQ Pollock allocation. So if, for instance, one of these groups submitted notification to NIMS prior to the notification deadline of the previous year of an intent to fish with the mothership or inshore sector, they would receive an adjustment. These tables are prepared for all the CDQ groups based off of their apportionments and highlighted in the document. So you can see under a specific limit and apportionment, the additional amount of fish that that group might receive as an adjustment to their PSC limit. This is not necessarily to say that they would catch those fish, but the limit would change under this sub-option. I wanted to note here, just in the description of alternatives, that full use or possibly even use of the CDQ reserve pool, the way it's described, is unlikely for several reasons. One of which is that CDQ groups have expressed their desire to continue harvesting with their CDQ pollock with the CP sector. Another reason to expect limited use of this reserve pool is the level of planning and commitment needed to take advantage of the flexibility, because PSC limits could not be modified mid-year. When the concept was proposed, it was described as addressing emergency or unforeseen situations. And as I described, there's some pretty rigid requirements for use here based on how PSC limits are set in harvest specifications and catch accounting functions. So based on the concerns highlighted, this sub-option is unlikely to be used much, if at all. The paper highlights that the CDQ reserve pool concept could be internalized among CDQ groups through contractual agreements. And I will note here, as you can see in the yellow box, this isn't a specific option from the February 2025 motion, but it could fit within the scope of one of the alternatives with a cap, as long as the total amount of the PSC limit falls within the range of chum salmon PSC limits considered. This could act similar to the buffer pools generated in IPAs for Chinook PSC limits. If the council wanted to select an amount above the PSC limit to designate or encourage as the buffer, it could choose an amount above the limit. So for an example, if you were looking at a 200,000 chum salmon limit, you could designate a number. You could use the tables provided in the analysis, or for instance, say there's a 5,000 chum salmon buffer added to the CDQ apportionment. This is essentially a cap of 205,000 chum salmon PSC limit. This variation on the CDQ reserve pool would fit within the analyzed set of alternatives as long as I mentioned, the total chum salmon limit, including the buffer, is within the ranges analyzed. NIMS would apportion any additional amount of CDQ groups to the CDQ groups in proportion to their pollock allocation through specifications, but not manage this buffer in season. However, CDQ contracts could develop restrictions around the specific conditions under which the additional limit could be accessed. So for example, if a CDQ group harvested their quota with a CV sector. To access the buffer, a CDQ group that meets the specific conditions would just be able to access their internal amount from that buffer. The group the council could consider additional regulatory reporting elements to provide transparency around the restrictions of this buffer. So for example, regulations could require CDQ groups to submit a framework agreement signed by all groups stipulating the conditions under which a group could access this additional amount of the limit. Additionally, the council could consider that if the CDQ buffer is used, regulations could require CDQ groups to report annually on the level of the buffer that was used and the conditions under which it was used.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Ms. Kimball, do you have a question? I just wanted to make sure that I understood the distinction between the reserve pool concept that was outlined in the original motion and the description of how to address the time issue. So the reserve pool, the problem with that was a specific date requirement. So it wouldn't necessarily allow for a unforeseen situation in a season if a CDQ group had to change a platform from a CP to a CV in B season. Is that, and so this approach would be an additional amount above a baseline allocation that the CDQ sector may get and may increase the total amount of PSC that the council may choose to adopt, but that differential would have specific restrictions. Is that how I should be looking at this?
Madam Chair, that's correct. The CDQ contractual agreements could stipulate the conditions under which that additional amount could be accessed. The CDQ groups would manage and enforce that those criteria are being met if that additional amount is used. NIPS wouldn't have a role in managing whether that buffer was used appropriately in season. That would happen through the contractual agreements and penalties that are stipulated in the agreements, but otherwise it would function as you described.
Okay, but and the conditions, I mean, if following the intent would be very probably strictly applied to a switch in a platform and not any other flexibility. It would just be which sector the CDQ was fishing on. Would that be the limitation of the restrictions of this additional amount of PSC?
Madam Chair, I think the council could articulate that intent because the basis of this being considered, my understanding was due to that discrepancy between potential chum salmon PSC apportionments based off of historical catch and the difference between sectors. It seems appropriate that could be part of the criteria. The council might want to articulate that if it wants to encourage the CDQ groups to focus the criteria around that specific element.
Thank you, Ms. Meriden and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines, I mean, the whole point of this request is that CDQ groups are saying in the future, if we want to fish our quota on a catcher vessel, which you said primarily is not done, but I don't see that ever being done and delivered inshore. So it hasn't happened before inshore, right?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, not as far as I'm aware. I believe there's been some CDQ pollock harvested with the mothership sector, but as far as I know, not with the inshore sector.
Thank you, through the chair. So it does seem like an emergency type situation, but could not the council require that that one condition that this could only be accessed if a CDQ group harvested their quota on a catcher vessel sector? I mean, could that not be part of the regulation? And then all of the rest could be within this contractual agreement. It seems like it's the main point of this, not just accessing additional chum cap for any reason.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, we have other NIMS staff online and support if they want to speak to this too. I think the only consideration I would think about there is if it's required in regulations, what is NIMS's role in enforcing that? So thinking about ensuring that that quota is tracked by NIMS and which sector it's being fished on. If NIMS was going to have a role in tracking that in season and enforcing it, I think that might be different than their scope of their existing role or what has been discussed here. But I think Josh is online if he has any additional thoughts there. Josh Keaton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Josh.
For the record, Josh Keaton with NOAA Fisheries. So the trick here, particularly with this CDQ reserve pool, is I believe from what I heard as the question, the council could, request that part of the framework agreement states that stated goal, but we don't really want to be doing a lot of transfers and evaluating those transfers. That's a lot of administrative tasks that would be tricky to implement. So some of the thoughts were that if the CDQ reserve pool was an extra on top of the other that they could access for this very reason, like they're going to use a catcher vessel, which they haven't done in the past, than the framework agreement, similar to what we've done with like ROFR or others, where the CDQ groups have an agreement that states that this is how, and then the CDQ groups would transfer those allocations. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton and Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the presentation so far. My understanding is that the CDQ groups are asking for this in part because of the capacity issues within the CP fleet. We know that there's been some decrease in the capacity over the past few years. Is there anywhere where that has been analyzed, the CP capacity that's available?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, we do have counts of active vessels in different sectors, and it appears there has been a slight decline in the number of CPs that are participating in recent years. I don't have any information in the analysis as to projections of future capacity, so I can't speak to that part of it. But as far as I've understood, based on testimony around requesting this sub-option, that is a consideration level of CP capacity and if CPs will be available to harvest CDQ pollock.
Let's see. My understanding is that CDQ quota cannot be more restrictive than other quotas, and a rule that applies something along the CPs would effectively make it that. Is there any, I'm switching a little bit gears here with Ms. Kimball's question. Has there been any analysis as to why the CDQs fish off of CPs? Is there somewhere in the document where that was analyzed and why maybe in the future that there could be potential access?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, I guess I would say to your first point, even if this sub-option is not adopted or there's no internalized version, the CDQ pollock can still be fished with the CVs in the inshore sector and the mothership sector. That is still permitted if caps are adopted and this moves forward. What this sub-option is seeking to address is based on the apportionment selected. I think it would also really have to do with the limit that's selected. If the limit is low and more constraining, then it may be more difficult to make that transfer among sectors, but the transfer can still happen based on the regulations. And to your question about why CDQ pollock has been fished with the CP fleet in the recent past, I think that there's probably different responses among groups. I know some groups have specific investment interests in that sector. A lot of the other groups have partnerships or relationships with that sector, even if they don't have leasing relationships, even if they don't have direct investments there. I've heard from representatives in the CDQ sector that it's just a cost-effective way to harvest their pollock, but I think that is a question you could ask representatives in their testimony as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I just wanted to understand a little bit better your assessment of capacity and the assumption that a decrease in the number of CPs has led to a decrease in capacity. I know in recent years, there have been at least one CP that has lengthened the vessel and increased capacity. I know there's at least one new vessel that has a replacement vessel that has significantly more capacity than the vessel it replaced. And so I'm trying to understand the statement that the reduced number of CPs leads to reduced capacity.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, the document shows the number of participating vessels, and that's what I was speaking to. I didn't I didn't intend to say that the capacity has been reduced because I'm not sure about that. Mostly, I think under this sub-option in consideration, there's a concern expressed about future capacity, but again, I can't project into the future what might happen with capacity. I don't have special information about whether capacity will exist or not, so I can't speak to that part.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving now to alternative 3. Alternative 3 would implement an overall chum salmon PSC limit or a hard cap that is similar to alternative 2, but the hard cap would only be in place during years of low Western Alaska chum salmon abundance, and it would be triggered by the council's considering 2 different indices that would determine abundance. The cap amounts for alternative 3 are generally the same as alternative 2, with the potential for the lower bound of the overall hard cap to be lower under option 1 of alternative 3. The apportionment options, as well as the sub-option for a CDQ reserve pool, are the same as alternative 2. Option 1 of alternative 3 would use a 3-area index to assess chum salmon returns to the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Norton Sound areas. This slide provides a reference point for the information sources that would be used to assess abundance in each of those 3 areas, as well as a summary of the rationale as to why they were selected. More information for you and detail on those selections is available in section 251 of the DEIS. The thresholds that would be used to determine whether returns are at low abundance for both indices that are being considered are based on the 25th and 50th percentile of abundance, which are also sub-option 1 and sub-option 2 respectively. The threshold values are based on data that is available from 1992 through 2022. This period reflects the years common to all indices and data sources where achievements of amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence or ANS, as well as escapement goals, could be evaluated and compared alongside those abundance values. Each area of option 1 and that 3-area index would function as an independent test to determine whether the area is at a state of low or high chum salmon abundance. Whether or not a hard cap is in effect in a given year and then at what amount would depend on the number of areas that failed to meet their threshold. The step-down provisions that would apply under option 1 are available for you here on the slide. One thing to note that's unique to option 1 of alternative 3 is that if 1 or 0 areas have returns above their threshold, the hard cap that would take effect the following bee season would be set at 75% of the value selected for when 2 of 3 areas have returns above their threshold. Option 2 for an index would use the Yukon summer and fall chum salmon run reconstructions to determine whether the hard cap would be in effect. Similar to the Yukon area for option 1, again, the run reconstruction would be used here, but now we're looking at each stock as its own independent test. So under option 1, these 2 values were summed to represent the Yukon area, but now they would be considered individually. Option 2 also includes step-down provisions, and those are shown for you on the right-hand side of this slide. Moving now to alternative 4, which would modify the existing regulations for the incentive plan agreements, or the IPAs. The IPAs are legal contracts among members of the pollock industry. Federal regulations hold specific goals for salmon bycatch avoidance that the contracts must design measures in response to in order to be compliant with those regulations. The incentive plans are approved by NIMS, and the council does receive annual reports on performance as an accountability measure. The proposed changes under alternative 4 would require the incentive plans to use salmon genetics data more rigorously, evaluating catch and bycatch data to inform closures more frequently to ensure encounters are not increasing without vessels responding by moving or closing larger areas when encounters are high. The incentive plans have been voluntarily amended in recent years to include measures that largely respond to these 6 provisions that would be added. This slide is simply meant to be a reference. It lists out each of those 6 provisions under alternative 4, and they are also available to you in section 2.6 of the analysis, which contains that more detailed description of the alternative.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hoppala, just going back, I think, to the previous slide, just as a reminder for the council and the public, in terms of the annual reporting requirements not changing, and could you just briefly describe, is that reporting to NIMS? Is that, does the council hear about that? Can you just describe that process for me, please?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Baker. The regulations require a written report be submitted to NIMS on an annual basis, and then the council receives oral reports from IPA representatives. That oral reporting is not required by regulation, but typically that has fallen within the council's April meeting schedule, and for this upcoming year, it's scheduled for your 2026 June meeting.
Excuse me, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hoppala, for the presentation. Also on alternative 4 here, and I think you mentioned it earlier in the presentation, but if a vessel chooses not to be part of an IPA, then they're subject to the Chum savings area. Is that correct? And then it sounds like vessels have always chosen to be a part of an IPA because of that incentive.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, yes, that's correct, that if a vessel is not, or a CDQ group is not a member to an IPA, the Chum salmon savings area would apply. That's one incentive that exists to encourage members of the pollock industry to participate in IPAs, but there's also penalties for Chinook salmon and the program that's built in under there as well that encourages participation. Moving now to alternative 5, which would implement an in-season corridor during the B-season pollock fishery. This alternative is essentially a time area closure that would be triggered by meeting a corridor bycatch cap. This bycatch cap would function differently from what we've just discussed under alternatives 2 and 3. The corridor bycatch cap range is 50,000 to 350,000 chum salmon. And again, the council could select any value that falls within this range. All chum salmon that are caught inside the corridor from June 10th to August 31st would accrue towards that cap. If the cap is met at any point from June 10th to August 31st, either all or a portion of the corridor would close from that date through the 31st. Vessels that are impacted by the closure would be permitted to continue fishing outside of closed areas if it was of benefit for them to do so and they were able to, and then they could return to fishing inside the corridor on September 1. Okay, this is figure 2.3 from the analysis, and it shows the footprint of the in-season corridor under alternative 5 in red. This area represents the combined spatial footprint of genetic clusters 1 and 2. There are 3 different options being considered, as I mentioned before, but this area for the footprint is the same across all 3 options. The council's looking at this specific corridor area and the closure window because it overlays when the vast majority of all Western Alaska chum salmon taken as bycatch in the B season have been encountered. However, and I will speak to this point more, within that corridor footprint, approximately 21% of the bycatch is Western Alaska chum salmon. Under option 1, the entire in-season corridor, all 40 stat areas would close to a sector or cooperative that had met its apportionment of the bycatch cap. The closure would take place again from that date through the 31st of August. Vessels impacted by the closure could continue fishing outside in the stat areas in figure 2.4 here in blue. This is figure 2.5 from the analysis, and it shows the 29 stat areas that would close in red and the 11 that would remain open in blue under sub-option 1 of alternative 5. As a reminder, these areas were recommended by the AP last year, and the council moved that recommendation forward. The 11 stat areas selected to remain open have historically been important fishing grounds for the pollock fleet. There's 7 stat areas near the Alaska Peninsula that have had historically excellent pollock fishing and low chum salmon bycatch rates. And this area is referred to as the horseshoe. So you can see this grouping of blue stat areas down here. The 4 stat areas that would stay open in the top left-hand corner here were included due to concerns over congestion and reduced pollock CPUE in the horseshoe. And these stat areas provide an opportunity for the fleet to spread out and avoid areas with greater risk of high chum salmon bycatch encounters, and historically that has been along the fishing grounds in the shelf edge.
Yes, a question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hopla, just to confirm what you just described in terms of the stat areas that would remain open under the sub-option 1, I am recalling from February 2025 that historically very good pollock fishing and low chum bycatch rates is, but not necessarily numbers of chum bycatch. That wasn't specified as a reason that those areas would be kept open. Or do you recall if that was even considered or discussed when we moved that forward? I'm just not remembering.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Baker, for the question. The AP's rationale for the selection of these 7 areas was not spoken to and focused on the number of chum salmon that were encountered within these 7 stat areas, but rather the rates. And that's because alternative 5 is looking at the effects of moving the pollock fishery away from areas after some portion would close. And so that was the consideration that was made there. And the council's motion from last year, insofar as I remember it, was to move forward the AP's rationale and consideration of these recommended 11. So moving now to option 2 of alternative 5 for an in-season corridor. Option 2 would close between 19 and 29 stat areas inside the corridor. The areas that would close would be selected by the IPAs and then reviewed and approved by NMFS. Federal regulations would require these areas to be selected based on historical bycatch, as well as pollock and catch data and relevant genetics. Each IPA could select different areas inside the corridor to close. And their selections could change year to year, but they would not be permitted to change in season. Any changes would go through additional review and approval by NMFS. This option is intended to be more responsive to changes in the conditions year to year in terms of the distribution of chum salmon and pollock on the fishing grounds, and then as well as the timing and location of those encounters. This slide is a reference point for you before we move on to other components of alternative 5. This just summarizes the primary differences among the in-season corridor options in terms of the number of stat areas that would close if the corridor cap is met, and then the entity that would be managing and implementing those closures.
Dr. Hopla, I hate to make you repeat yourself. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the distinction between sub option 1 and option 2. Beyond the specific numbers, I mean, functionally, we could have a situation if option 2 is advanced that it looked very similar to sub option 1 in any given year, but the benefits of option 2 would be that any closure areas would be informed by most recent observations and in-season genetics indicating, or that's based on, criteria of number of Western Alaska chum or rates encountered of Western Alaska chum. Is that how I should be viewing the distinction between the two?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. The difference or the benefit you could think of for option 2 there is that those areas that would be selected to close could change over time in response to changing conditions and would not go through another regulatory amendment and analysis, that there's more flexibility there to be responsive year over year as necessary as compared to option 1 and sub option 1. And then sub option 1 and option 1, the stat areas that would close would be fixed and apply to all sectors. And so there's also some variation for option 2 for the IPAs to select different areas to close based off of different operational considerations for their vessels in addition to what would be required in regulation.
And to your last point, does that also apply to the CDQ sector? So if CDQs are mostly harvesting on CPs and working under CP IPA, would that bind them to whatever the CP IPA identifies as closed areas, or could there be some flexibility for that to the CDQ stat areas to look differently than the CPs, considering that they're a subgroup of CPs who are operating in the CBOA, which CDQ only has access to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The CDQ groups that are members to the CPIPA would be beholden to the areas that are selected and reviewed and approved under that IPA for option 2. However, the CPIPA, so both the CPs that are harvesting AFA pollock and those that are harvesting CDQ pollock, could choose stat areas within the corridor, some of which may remain inside the CVOA where CDQ pollock could be harvested, and there may also be areas outside of that CVOA that could be selected for AFA pollock. So I think there's flexibility within that option for the IPA to select areas that would function appropriately for each of those sector categories.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Dr. Hoppala. I guess I just want to be really clear in my mind, and for people who aren't as familiar with IPAs, if the council selected sub-option 1 or option 2, the rolling hotspot system would still be operating, right? So if under option 2 in what was proposed and approved by the agency for the closure areas, if that interannual variability, there were hotspots that popped up, the rolling hotspot system could and would still close those areas that are open under this, but closed under rolling hotspots, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that is correct. And you listed sub option 1 and option 2. The same would apply under option 1 for all areas outside of the corridor after a closure as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Pamplin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Hoppala. I'm not as familiar with how the IPAs work, and so just a question here. So under option 2, with the range of 19 to 29, just want to reiterate, those are not fixed. So that would be something that would be annually negotiated for each sector's IPA. So there might be different areas that are open or closed within a year. And then just what happens when there isn't an agreement between a sector and NIMS, where one is saying we want 19 areas and the other one is saying they want 25 areas? How does that play out? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Pamplin, for the question. So the agency and the IPAs as I understand it, do not need to agree on a number. The issue in terms of NIMS review and approval would be ensuring that the areas that are selected by the IPAs are in line with the regulatory requirements for selection. So not a agreement or lack thereof between 19 and 25 stat areas. Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Dr. Hepla, I might have just been misunderstanding this option all along. I thought the council's decision point under option 2, or one of them, would be to determine the number of stat areas to close. So we would dictate whether it's 19 or 29 or 20 or something in regulation, and then the IPAs would determine which of those made the most sense to close based on chum abundance or chum PSC rates, but that the council would have be able to determine what number of stat areas to close, and they would have to figure that out. Not that one year it could be 19, one year it could be 29, but did I just misunderstand that option?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is a decision point that the council can make, and you could determine a specific number for the IPAs to select and be responsive to. But as we've understood it, it was intended to be a range for their consideration and selection. And I think that is just reflective of the step down. So for option 1, 100%, sub option 1, approximately 75%, and then option 2, approximately 50 to 75% of that corridor would close. But yes, that is a decision that the council could make.
Yes, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And then Dr. Hepla, under any of these options, I mean, we got the presentation earlier in the B reports from Jordan Head at BBSRI on the in-season genetic data that's available now to the inshore fleet. I'm trying to think of ways in which we can use that data to the fullest extent if possible. So under option 2, we would be able to look at that data, at least for the inshore fleet, and then still from the year before, and then the IPAs would be able to use, I guess, last year's data in order to determine what areas to close. But we don't have an option on the table, at least how it's currently structured, to make that determination in season, like see what's happening on the grounds and then determine your 19 to 29 areas to close. That's not what we've dictated thus far. I'm not saying it's not within the bounds of what we could do, but that's not what these options do. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pamplin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Ms. Kimball's question prompted another one for me. Dr. Hopla, do you know when would the Auk Bay genetic labs sampling be done to inform the next season? So for instance, is that going to be complete such that the CPs and the motherships could also incorporate the pre-seasons or last season's genetic information to inform their selection of the stat areas?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, as I understand your question, yes. So typically, the Auk Bay Labs genetics information is available in the spring of the year that follows the bee season. So for the 2025 bee season, the genetics data from Auk Bay Labs would be available usually around April of the next year. So April of 2026 for the 2025 bee season. Okay, as I mentioned before, alternative 5 includes 4 different options to apportion the corridor bycatch cap, as well as 1 sub-option to divide that corridor cap among the sectors. The options and sub-options are the same as alternative 2 and 3, but the values are different. And that's due to the fact that we are not using the blended bycatch rate here that impacts the CP and CDQ sectors. And then the percentages are based on a sector's historical bycatch inside the corridor during that closure window. The percentage amount that each sector would receive is shown for you here in table 220 of the analysis.
The CDQ reserve pool would be the same concept for alternative 5 as under alternative 2 or 3. If a CDQ group intends to fish with the inshore or mothership sector, they could notify NIMS by October 15th of this intent, or October 15th as recommended by NIMS, and NIMS would apportion this group an additional amount for their group's Chum Salmon PSC limit from the CDQ reserve pool. All CDQ pollock for that group must be associated with a single sector for the B season, and changes couldn't be made in season. The PSC limit apportionments are different under alternative 5. There's an even bigger disparity between the CDQ and inshore ratios under this corridor option, based on the fact that CDQ catch has also happened outside the corridor in a higher rate, and associated PSC as well, which aren't accounted for in these apportionments. So essentially, this option would be very similar in practice to what was described in our alternative 2 and 3.
Okay, this slide is just to make the council aware of an issue that arose in preparing the impact analysis for alternative 5. So the analysts identified 10 stat areas that are located within state waters that are approximate to the southern boundary of the in-season corridor and had small amounts of pollock catch and bycatch recorded from 2011 to 2022. As written, the in-season corridor, if it closed regardless of what option was selected, fishing would be able to continue inside those 10 stat areas as able. And we're only raising this issue because you're at final action, but the council's not required to take any action on this. There's a decision tree here for you on the right-hand side of the slide, that just is a reference point in terms of what would need to be considered in order to move forward with modifying the corridor to include those 10 areas. And then you can also find more information in Appendix 2 if you wish to consider this further. Option 3 of alternative 5 would include an abundance-based threshold that would suspend the in-season corridor and closure provisions if the Yukon River summer and fall chum salmon run reconstructions are at or above index values. Option 3 is essentially a higher abundance threshold that would turn off the corridor closure and cap at conditions of high abundance. Because the council's considering the higher abundance threshold here, the values that would be set as the threshold are the 75th or 90th percentile of the run reconstructions for the Yukon summer and fall runs. Given that the different types of thresholds that are being considered between alternative 3 and then option 3 of alternative 5, those two would be mutually exclusive, meaning they could not be combined in a preferred alternative. And then this is a component that may only be selected as part of alternative 5. Option 4 would adjust the start date of the winter herring savings area from September 1st to September 30th. Herring bycatch in the BSAI groundfish trawl fisheries is currently managed with a PSC limit that is set at 1% of the spawning stock biomass and a series of time area closures. No other element of the existing herring management measure would change, and this change would only apply to participants in the pollock trawl fishery. The intent of this option is to provide the fleet with some additional flexibility as it completes the B season in a year where the herring PSC limit has been met. And then on the slide here for you is figure 352 from the analysis that shows the different locations of the herring savings areas and highlights the closure window as well as the location of that winter area.
Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On slide 49, in the lower right corner, it says it can only be selected as a component of alternative 5. Could you I just don't understand how this couldn't this be attached to another alternative?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, no, not as the council has written the alternatives. This is, if the council were to move forward with alternative 5 as a preferred alternative, option 4 may be included, but it would not be able to be selected as a standalone option and then added to alternative 2 or 3. But also, those are hard caps, so there wouldn't necessarily, there's no benefit to allowing fishing to continue because if a sector or cooperative have met the cap, they're closed for the bee season.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Hopla, I appreciate that due to the herring PSC management program that has been established and the fact that a lot of vessel management and decisions are made at the sector and vessel level. I realize you weren't able sort of to, I know we're not in the impacts yet, but in terms of your understanding of how the pollock trawl fleet sort of manages itself relative to the winter herring savings area, do you happen to know, much like we've been talking about under the Chinook Salmon PSC management program, we've heard pretty clearly that the overall cap for Chinook Salmon PSC is of course allocated to cooperatives, but then further allocated down to the vessel level. And since herring is also a PSC species with a cap, do you happen to know, or have you heard in the discussions, perhaps at the AP or elsewhere, if that is the same way that the fleets manage herring PSC and their accrual of herring PSC to that limit?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. As far as I know, the herring PSC limit is not apportioned down to the vessel level among the IPAs or the cooperatives, but representatives of those entities might have different information for you in public testimony.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapala. I'm not quite tracking. There's something I'm still missing in your response to Mr. Pamplin about it needs to be for herring that it can only be selected as a component of alternative 5. And I think this might have been something that I missed when I was going through the analysis. And I understand structurally that it's part of alternative 5, but could we select alternative 5 option 4 without necessarily selecting option 1 or sub option 1, option 2? Is that a way to treat it as, for lack of a better word, kind of a standalone within alternative 5?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thanks for the question and for the clarification in case I missed that the first time. As I understand it, no, the alternative 5 is a in-season corridor closure with the corridor bycatch cap, and option 4 is intended to provide flexibility should that cap be met and a closure area take effect for a sector or cooperative. So alternative 5 is not just an adjustment of the winter herring savings area start date, as I have understood the alternative in the agency as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So just to follow up, then this option 4 or the herring saving area in option 5 is triggered when the corridor closures go into effect. That's why it's tied to it tightly. Am I understanding how it works? Maybe I need an explanation of the herring savings area kicks in when X. Maybe that's a better way for me to ask it.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, yes. So there's a dynamic here that's being addressed because you would have 2 different PSC limits. So if the herring PSC limit is met by the pollock trawl fishery, in a given year, then, and alternative 5 is implemented along with option 4, in that year when that herring PSC limit has been met, pollock fishing would be permitted to continue inside that area until September 30th, as compared to September 1st now.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, section 2.9 of the DEIS describes the alternatives that the council has previously considered but not moved forward, and those are captured for you here as well in a high-level summary. As a reminder, the council initially set the lower bound of the hard cap range at 200,000 chum salmon, and the council made a determination to lower that lower bound to 100,000 chum salmon in response to public testimony, but then set that value in light of a consideration of the national standards and practicability. The council has also previously considered a performance threshold for Western Alaska chum salmon that would have been implemented alongside a hard cap. Only those salmon that were taken as bycatch during the bee season and identified as being of Western Alaska origin would have counted towards that performance threshold. That alternative was determined to not be feasible because real-time in-season genetics data for the pollock fleet were not available, and that meant that vessels and sectors would not know their performance against that threshold and the cap in season, which raised concerns about equitable enforcement. Using the prior year's proportion was also considered, but there's substantial interannual variability and some interplay with the incentives there as well. And then, as I mentioned before, the in-season corridor boundaries were changed in light of the prior impact analysis, which had shown that cluster 1 and the Unimac closures had a high risk of increasing PSC if the corridor cap was met and those areas had closed for a period of time.
And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hoppola. Just trying to refresh my memory on the Western Alaska chum salmon performance threshold, and you provided a lot of information to jog my memory on that one. And so that last bullet there, neither vessels nor sectors would know if they had exceeded the threshold in year, and so that was perceived as a potential equitable enforcement issue. And if I'm remembering that alternative we considered, it would be equitable in the sense that none of the vessels would know if they'd exceeded the threshold in the year, but when the genetics data became available, then depending on the outcome, if that Western Alaska threshold was exceeded, the regulatory restriction would or would not be implemented. So was it more equitable enforcement, or was it more, I'm really trying to understand the importance of the vessels knowing in season where they are relative to that Western Alaska threshold. Can you help me remember?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Baker. So the issue with the Western Alaska performance threshold under former alternative 3, that threshold was designed so that if it was exceeded in 3 years in any 7-year period, that the hard cap, I believe, would be lowered for that sector. And so the issue was in creating a penalty in the next year or in the next years based off of data that was not available to the vessels or the cooperatives in season to be able to assess their performance against that. This slide gives you a reference and overview of the alternatives and addresses which of those can be combined with one another. Most of these alternatives that are being considered can be selected in combination, with some exceptions. I've already spoken to both of these, but as a reminder, alternatives 2 and 3 cannot be selected together. Those are mutually exclusive. And then option 3 of alternative 5 could not be combined with alternative 3. Table 332 or 232, excuse me, in the analysis provides greater detail on this, and we'll come back to these decision points for you at the end of our presentation. Okay, we're going to move now into the impact analysis. And as a reminder, we're going to present this by alternative. In general, Ms. Marinan and I are going to focus on the key points and takeaways, as well as policy level considerations, and then trade-offs among the alternatives. We're going to spend more time on alternative 5 because these options, again, were modified last year, and this is relatively new content for the council's consideration. And along the way, as I mentioned at the outset, we will flag where information is available for you in the analysis and help cross-reference. Okay, alternative 1, no action would maintain all aspects of the current chum salmon bycatch program. And in the future, Western Alaska chum salmon abundance could fluctuate. Bycatch levels would be expected to vary each year. Economic and social dynamics would be expected to change for fishery participants, affiliated companies, and communities. Selecting alternative 1 would not contribute to those changes. Before I get into the main takeaways from historical bycatch trends, this slide is a reference that summarizes the information that is available related to salmon bycatch, and that is then used in this impact analysis. So for instance, when the analysis provides total salmon bycatch numbers, these data are collected by NIMS certified observers that are stationed on board vessels and at shoreside processing facilities. The genetics analyses also rely on observer data and the biological samples they collect from both Chinook and chum salmon. And then using those salmon bycatch and genetics data, we are able to calculate an adult equivalence analysis or an AEQ for the Western Alaska reporting groups, and I'll speak to those in the coming slides. Some of the main bycatch trends that are driving the subsequent impact analysis are just organized and listed for you here on this slide. So chum salmon are primarily encountered during the bee season pollock fishery, and the annual level does vary. The month in the bee season with the greatest levels of bycatch was typically August. Encounters of chum salmon are widely distributed across the bee season fishing grounds, but were concentrated near the Alaska Peninsula. And then when we look at the genetics, Western Alaska chum salmon are not the majority of the bycatch as mentioned previously. On average, the Western Alaska component, where we're looking at both coastal Western Alaska and the upper middle Yukon group, averaged just under 19%. Finally, when we're looking at Western Alaska chum salmon, those encounters were more prevalent on the fishing grounds near the Alaska Peninsula as compared to areas further west and northwest.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't mean this to be nitpicky. I just really want to understand one of the things that's changed through the chair, Dr. Hapala, on like slide 54. We will certainly still expect an alternative 1 and all alternatives can be analyzed using the genetic data from the NIMS certified observers. I just feel like something has really changed in the past couple years that may even change our perspective on how we could evolve these alternatives. And that is that in-season genetic data that's collected by BBSRI. And even though that is then confirmed through NIMS and we get a NIMS genetic report the following spring, that's not listed as one of the pieces of data that could be used. And maybe that's because I'm not reading this chart right on page 54. You didn't use that to look at alternative 1, but it is a change that exists that is a really significant piece of data that under some of these alternatives would be used in the future. Am I capturing that right? I just don't want to ignore that big change from the time we started this analysis to where we are today.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. So this is meant to capture what is used in the impact analysis, and the BBSRI in-season genetics data are available, but are not incorporated into this document for a handful of reasons. But in large part because that project has been live since 2024. And then the 2025 B season data were certainly not available by the time this document, our staff had turned that over to the agency, and then also by the publication of the DEIS in September of last year. So that's not to say it can't be used, but yes, you have characterized that correctly. And
Thank you. And Dr. Apple, on the next slide on 55, and I think you said this, it's maybe just not written, but in terms of what we're looking at in the analysis to make determinations in the amount of Western Alaska chum that's in the total component of bycatch, and it's around, I think you said on average 19%. And is because we're so focused on looking at a new alternative 5, that same percentage holds in the corridor area or close to it, that it's really about 19 to 20% of the chum bycatch in the corridor is also Western Alaskan.
through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the DEIS also includes an adult equivalence or AEQ analysis, which provides a means of answering how many and in what year may the salmon have returned had they not been taken as bycatch. As a reminder, an AEQ analysis for chum salmon was completed prior to the February 2025 meeting. The SSC has reviewed that model and methodology and deemed that analysis sufficient for decision-making. To answer that question that's posed above, the AEQ analysis combines the chum salmon bycatch genetics with data on the ages of chum salmon taken as bycatch and accounts for natural mortality. An AEQ estimate does not account for any associated in-river or marine mortalities, and it's only intended to be an estimate of those fish that, had they not been taken as bycatch, may have made it to their regions and rivers of origin. This is an abbreviated version of Table 3.2 from the analysis. For each of the Western Alaska reporting groups, the average or the mean AEQ estimate is provided for each year the model was run. The mean AEQ for the CWAC group averaged around 38,000 chum salmon, and the mean AEQ for the upper middle Yukon group averaged 6,000 chum salmon.
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I look at the numbers you have here for the mean AEQs, and you say does not account for other in-river or marine mortalities, these numbers would be maximum just calculated off the bycatch number, not considering any fisheries or anything else that they might have to encounter after they were caught in the bycatch, if you understand what I'm getting at. So this is probably a maximum, looking at it as a maximum number, not probably the reality, because they do encounter other kinds of marine mortalities. Am I missing something there? Maybe I am.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, you're not. That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
She might be getting to this. Maybe do the next slide. All right.
Apologies.
Okay, so there are limitations on the data that are available for this impact analysis. And so while I've just spoken to the AEQ analysis and how it accounts for the ages of chum salmon taken as bycatch, maturation, and natural mortality, the purpose of that analysis is to then estimate the impact that bycatch may have on Western Alaska chum salmon populations. And so to do that, we calculate an impact rate that determines removals of AEQ chum salmon in the pollock fishery as a proportion of total run size. The analysis is limited in what it can provide in terms of scaling or understanding the relative impact of bycatch on the coastal Western Alaska reporting group. As a reminder, the coastal Western Alaska reporting group encompasses populations from chum salmon populations from Kotzebue Sound down through Bristol Bay. And on the left-hand side of the slide that's shown for you, again, in the yellow populations and the distribution there. An aggregate run size for the coastal Western Alaska group is not available. And so rather than providing an impact rate, which we are able to do for the upper middle Yukon group, we've compared the AEQ bycatch removals of coastal Western Alaska chum salmon as a percentage of total removals of those populations or stocks as well.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just have a quick one, Dr. Hapala, on that. It's not available, the impact rate's not available for the coastal Western Alaska reporting group, not for lack of trying, I guess is what I want to try to highlight. I mean, you did not have total run size for all of the different systems in that yellow box. That was the inhibiting factor to providing a impact rate.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Kimball, not for a lack of trying.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on that, Dr. Hapala, I just appreciate you going through these last couple of slides. And so I'm still on the AEQ analysis, particularly for the coastal Western Alaska. I don't want it to get lost. I'm looking at section 3.1.3.1 of the analysis in terms of sources of uncertainty when calculating chum salmon AEQ. And I just, speaking for some of the ADF&G biologists that contributed to this analysis, I just, right there up front, some of the major considerations leading to the high uncertainty in the calculation of a Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch AEQ. And there's a good description, of the many uncertainties related to that. And so you've done a great job presenting all that. But just, the council and the public, we tend to fixate on numbers that are put in front of us. And so is that, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that what we're talking about here on your slide, the AEQ analysis for both coastal Western Alaska and for the upper and middle Yukon, we're talking, but particularly the coastal Western Alaska, these factors related to high uncertainty in that AEQ calculation are really something important to consider when we look at those numbers. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Ms. Baker, through the chair, yes, the different sources of uncertainty that are encompassed within the AEQ model and therefore the AEQ estimates are something to be considered, and the analysis taken within that analysis to be taken within the context of. And I think you already spoke to the sections and what's available, but happy to elaborate if you would like.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hapala. Kind of following along in this discussion, does the AEQ take into consideration the spawning potential of those fish that might return?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, it does not.
Yes, Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you. Just a little clarification on the CWAC chums. I think there's something on the order of 80 some runs listed under the CWAC. Is there any way to look at that other than in totality? For example, I heard you say 38,000 of the AQ. It just seems like it'd be a major mistake to just divide it by 80 or whatever the number is to get each one. Is there any way to distinguish, separate out, or do we just have to look at it as the overall CWAC genetic group?
Okay, Mr. Sukata, thank you for the question through the chair. I think there's a couple of different ways to look at that. So one is the relative proportions of all of those populations encompassed within the CWAC reporting group are not known. So yes, just dividing 38,000 AEQ fish by 80 would not be appropriate. That is a struggle for scaling this impact analysis. We do take an approach to analyzing alternative 2 and 3, where we look at a conceptual scenario of saying, had these fish returned to the Yukon as summer chum, and then scaling that back as if 100% of the saved AEQ coastal Western Alaska chum salmon, 75%, 50, and 25. And I'll speak to that in a little bit, but the idea there is you're assuming that had 100% of those fish returned as Yukon summer chum, that would mean 0% returned to any of those other populations. And so you're trying to balance against. And the reason we looked at the coastal Western Alaska reporting group to Yukon summer chum is because that is a stock that has the run reconstruction available for it, which we do not have for other coastal Western Alaska populations beyond the Quinnipiac and Norton Sounds. So just different scales, different information that's available for those populations and how we can consider them. Sorry, from 2011 to 2022, as a percentage of total removals, the pollock fisheries AEQ bycatch of the coastal Western Alaska reporting group averaged 1.75%, so under 2% of total removals. During that same period, the pollock fisheries removals of adult equivalent upper middle Yukon chum salmon was estimated to have an average impact of around 1% of the Yukon fall chum salmon run size. Neither of these methods that were used, so be that the impact rate or a comparison to total removals, accounts for other marine mortalities. And if those fisheries were accounted for, the effect would be to decrease the relative impact of bycatch. So the proposed action alternatives that you're considering, which we will speak to next, aim to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery and its subsequent impacts from these levels. So this is the respective benchmark for each reporting group that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. This is what I was trying to dig out, Dr. Hapola, so thank you. It's table 3-33. It's not truly a percentage of total removals, though, based on your bolded statement at the end of slide 58, it's just directed commercial harvest removals and subsistence removals.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. It's a comparison of total removals for which we have comparable information to the AEQ for the coastal Western Alaska reporting group and the pollock fisheries bycatch.
Okay. And I understand, thank you through the chair, why these two are next to each other. It's like, here are the metrics that we have, but I'm not reading the coastal Western Alaska as an impact rate. It's not that percentage would have returned to all CWAC rivers had bycatch not occurred. It's not that context. It's here's bycatch as a percentage of commercial harvest and subsistence harvest.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dr. Hapola, just to go back to your last statement as far as the benchmark, considering the level of uncertainty here, but when we're looking at these two numbers, the context as far as total removals, and the bycatch as far as what that constitutes as far as total understood removals and the impact rate on the Yukon fall chum. So when we're looking at back to the purpose and need and attempting to minimize additional impact, when you're speaking to benchmark, we're talking about the improvement between that 1%, decreasing that 1% impact and decreasing that 1.75% level of total removals. So that's kind of what we're looking at as far as potential improvements for fisheries performance.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The fleet currently uses a number of tools to avoid bycatch, including chum salmon, herring, and Chinook. Some of these strategies are highlighted as context in the document. The cooperative style management allows them to work together to move away from areas of high bycatch or move into areas with low bycatch. There's a high level of on-the-water communication. The rolling hotspot program is used to identify closure areas based off of recent bycatch data. They might use tools like a test tow. Some of the vessels have a live feed camera, which can give them an early warning of pulse of bycatch. In addition, the fleet has begun using many of the specific measures identified under the provisions of Alternative 4. Section 4.2 provides contextual information on the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Again, this section is largely unchanged from previous iterations, so I'm not going to present it in detail. But the section includes information on the number and types of participating vessels. You can see here in the figure with 89 vessels active in the B season in 2023. Information's included on revenue diversification, associated communities, tax revenue, processors, and recent market challenges. Section 2.2.2 includes information on the CDQ groups, the communities they represent, investments made in the AFA program, and community programs designed to provide economic and social benefits within their communities. Again, there's many dynamic factors that may drive future conditions for this fishery, but if Alternative 1 was selected, it would not influence those future conditions. Section 4.4 provides context on subsistence and commercial chum salmon fisheries in Western and Interior Alaska. Again, this section is largely unchanged from the last iteration. It includes information on regional patterns of subsistence harvest of chum salmon and its role in subsistence diets for Kotzebue, Norton Sound, Yukon, Kuskokwim areas, and Bristol Bay. Nearly all river systems had chum salmon run sizes below recent averages, with some systems at historic low levels. In particular, on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, there has been closed or severely limited subsistence fishing opportunities. The chum salmon stock status and associated restrictions have been profoundly impactful to those dependent on Western Alaska chum salmon, as I will reference more in the next slide. Section 4.4.1.4 highlights recent trends of commercial harvest of chum salmon in Western and Interior Alaska. There's been limited commercial fishing opportunities in Norton Sound and Kotzebue, as well as chum salmon harvest in sockeye fisheries in Bristol Bay. However, there's been declining chum salmon catch in all these fisheries. With the exception of Bristol Bay, these are highly local fisheries that operate in mixed subsistence economies. The boats and gear can be used to support subsistence, as well as the revenues used to support subsistence activities, fishing activities, and other subsistence activities. The impacts of chum salmon closures are being experienced cumulatively by communities inriver, along with declines in other salmon species and broader resulting ecosystem impacts, amplifying the food security crisis, disruptions to traditional practices, and knowledge transfers. Section 4.4.3.2 in the document, which was primarily co-authored by Tanana Chiefs Conference and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, describes the importance of chum salmon for Indigenous peoples in the Yukon and Kuskokwim regions. And I'll note that the subsections under this section were also primarily co-authored by these authors. And I will note as well that the authors are here today and they're available to answer questions or provide more information on specific information in these sections. These sections describe how chum salmon contribute to the holistic well-being of Indigenous people, how harvest of chum salmon holds deep cultural significance and helps communities pass down traditions across generations. It offsets the high cost of food in remote areas and allows for values, skills, and traditions to be passed down. The DEIS highlights that the salmon crisis and disconnect from cultural practices has contributed to declines in mental health, with increased depression and suicide, physical health with increased cases of diabetes and prediabetes, and emotional health, which was supported by the strenuous activities and cultural connections of subsistence practices. Appendix 8, which was authored by the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and Appendix 9, which was authored by Tanana Chiefs Conference, were updated from previous versions and provide additional context on the role of chum salmon and widespread impacts of chum salmon declines. The tribal cooperating agencies also contributed to section 4.5.1 that discusses Alternative 1 for Western and Interior Alaska chum salmon users. The selection of Alternative 1 would retain existing chum salmon bycatch regulations. existing conditions, chub salmon abundance, and implications for Western Alaska chum salmon fishers could change in the future, but the choice of alternative one would not inherently drive those changes.
Question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Relative to the appendices 8 and 9, we were just talking about relative when Dr. Hoppolo was reviewing the AEQ calculations, and we were talking about looking at that relative to total subsistence harvest. Ms. Marinette, it's been a while since I read the whole document, but as I recall, in appendices 8 and 9, there are some, I think, as you mentioned, more subsistence harvest information, just the harvest information at a more regional and local level that we can also use to add context in addition to differences among regions and even communities. Is that information is included there in those appendices? Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct. Those appendices are able to provide a lot more in-depth information for those specific regions, and they include some additional information about subsistence use and subsistence diets in those regions.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I was in this section 4.4.3. I mean, the tables on trying to characterize, I guess, the importance of summer and fall chum as a component of all salmon subsistence or as a component of all subsistence. And it seems like my question is that based on the Fish and Game surveys? And are those from different time periods? It seems like it would be important to understand how that percentage changes as different species abundance changes. And so I'm just trying to glean what I can from those tables. And I did look in Appendix 8 where I got a lot more context for those tables. But do you understand my question? Like, that's just one point in time. And so we don't really have a good sense of how that importance would change as other populations of things, not just salmon, but moose would change.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. So just for others, what Ms. Kimball is referencing is throughout these sections in Chapter 4, we have tables that show usable pounds, in this instance of summer and fall chum salmon harvested for subsistence, compared with all species of salmon and then all other subsistence harvests for surveyed communities. And for each of those regions, those comprehensive subsistence harvest surveys are not done on an annual basis. They're a substantial amount of work for the Division of Subsistence staff with ADFNG. And so these numbers, yes, are based on a specific point in time when that research was conducted within those respective communities. And so you don't see interannual trends in terms of the other populations or species abundance. It is fixed relative to when that work was done.
Thank you. I think still very helpful, but still caveated around that. Thank you so much.
Okay, this is our last slide for the discussion on alternative 1. We're going to look at Chinook salmon bycatch trends, which is available to you in section 3411 of the DEIS, as well as the corresponding subsections. So Chinook salmon bycatch is managed in the Bering Sea pollock fishery under a hard cap as well as the incentive plan agreements. Those measures took effect in 2011, and the overall bycatch has decreased since those measures took effect relative to prior years. Figure 338 in the analysis provides a comparison of post-Amendment 91, which is what implemented that hard cap in the IPAs, and the performance there as compared to pre-Amendment 91. The genetic composition of the pollock fisheries Chinook salmon bycatch is different from chum salmon in that on average, just under 50% of the Chinook salmon taken as bycatch were coastal Alaska Chinook salmon since 2011. On the top right of this slide is figure 343 from the analysis. And you can see the coastal Western Alaska reporting group here shown in the red bar, and the middle and upper Yukon groups in the darker green and purple bars respectively. An important thing to note here is that Western Alaska Chinook salmon are encountered in both the A and B seasons. So when we turn to look at the potential impacts of the action alternatives, in the B season, we would still be thinking about impacts to Western Alaska Chinook salmon specifically. And that being said, Chinook salmon encounters increase in the pollock fishery later in the B season. Figure 340 from the analysis is here for you on the bottom of this slide, which illustrates this trend with Chinook PSC, both numbers of fish and the bycatch rates increasing in September and October. An AEQ analysis is available for Chinook salmon in section 34112 as well as appendix 4. Since 2011, the impact of the pollock fisheries bycatch was estimated to be less than 1% of the run size for the upper Yukon group, except for 2022, and then averaged around 2% of the combined coastal Western Alaska stocks. So again, the proposed alternatives that the council is considering to create incentives for Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch avoidance could have interactions and impacts with Chinook salmon from these levels.
Thank you, Dr. Hopala. I'll see if there are any questions on this slide, and then I think this would be a good time to break for our mid-morning break. Okay, yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation so far. I guess I'm thinking here in the context of alternative 1 and back on your previous slide, noting these appendices and wondering if there's any more context we might need to know about the kind of socioeconomic status that's happening in Western Alaska, and if it might be an opportunity to invite up your tribal partners to speak briefly to that.
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, yes, we can do that.
Thank you. Ms. Goen, do you have another question, or would you like to be?
Yeah,
more
thank you.
specificity?
I guess I'm looking for some more context on the socioeconomic impact that the tribes are feeling under this alternative 1 in particular. I was listening into the AP and hearing some dialogue there. Just thought it'd be helpful to give us some more context on that based on what's in these appendices.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you so much for the question. For the record, my name is Therese Vicente. I am the lead for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission's contributions as a cooperating agency. And I think that's a really important question, and it's one I wish we had had more time to really dig into and provide in this analysis. I would direct you first to section 4.432 of the analysis, which is on the importance of chum salmon for Yukon and Kuskokwim communities and the way of life there. A lot of the socioeconomic importance of chum salmon, there's some that is financial through commercial fisheries that used to exist on our rivers and help support the mixed cash subsistence economy that exists throughout Western Alaska and really through most of Alaska. So there is information there, but I think maybe some of the socioeconomic information can't be quantified in a way that's as easily understood. I mean, some of the economic benefits of chum salmon come from having a reliable food source for people, including for elders who often can't stomach oilier fish like king salmon. Chum salmon play a really important role in their diets, and that's in the analysis. Chum Salmon to promote the health and well-being of people. They drive down health costs that regional tribal hospitals and other hospitals have to manage because now there's more diet-related diseases. I'll let my colleague Crystal speak more to that because the Tanana Chiefs region has done a lot of analysis on that. And I think this quote from TCC's chief that's on this slide about how just the physical activity of fish camp keeps people healthy, that's an important thing to consider. In Appendix 8, it's page 19 of Appendix 8. I could not tell you what page off the top of my head in the 700-page document that is. But Section 4C talks about the commercial fisheries that used to exist on the Kuskokwim River. And in the peak year of commercial chum salmon landings, which was 1988, those landings generated almost $4 million for Kuskokwim communities. And when we updated that number or put it in today's dollars at the time of writing this, it was the equivalent of over $10.7 million for Kuskokwim communities in that year alone. So there have not been commercial chum salmon fisheries on the Kuskokwim for over a decade, and there's really no viable commercial fisheries in our region anymore. So that's a pretty significant loss of income in a region that has really high rates of poverty and unemployment. And I'll pass it over to my colleague, Crystal.
Through the chair, for the record, my name is Crystal Lapp. I'm the Natural Resource Policy Analyst for Tanana Chiefs Conference. And I want to thank Jamie for asking about our socioeconomic impacts. So a year ago, I did a presentation on subsistence economy, which was a survey that looked at fuel prices, that looked at the average distance that people were traveling for subsistence activities. And that was pretty eye-opening, and I had a lot of questions about that last year, you know, depending on if they're a road system village or if they are a remote village. The amount of money that gets or that stays in that region or specifically in that tribe or village average anywhere from 30 to 80%. Which was pretty significant when we think about just the act of subsistence. It's often framed as a free activity, but it really is not. You know, there's gas, there's community building, there's we're stopping in at different villages to make sure that we're getting our snacks. We're also bringing supplies and buying supplies from hubs like Anchorage, Bethel, Kotzebue, Nome, Fairbanks. You know, so we are actually subsistence economy does contribute to the overall economy of Alaska. So since the last year, we've really gone through a few other reiterations, which is Appendix 9A and Appendix 9B. And then during the AP, there was some really good questions that had popped up. And one of those was a lot of the impacts on the Yukon. I think one of the bigger significant impacts that we are seeing is we've seen an outward migration of people leaving the villages due to the lack of just economy that we have in there, especially since the closure of not only our subsistence, but our commercial fisheries. Our commercial fisheries on average from the mouth of the Yukon to Eagle was around $4.1 million per year, which is pretty significant. So pre-crash, that was a pretty decent seasonal opportunity for people to have income, and then they would do other seasonal activities in the winter, you know, between subsistence and economic activities. The real thing that a couple questions that had came up was our poverty rate and the outward migration. All of our school districts, with the exception of one, which is on a massive road system, has seen anywhere from a 7.5 to a 15.9 reduction in enrollment in their schools. And so the way that that works in our villages is if we have under a certain amount of children in our schools, that school closes down. When that school closes down, the families have to move out if there's not another alternative that's viable for their area. So I just wanted to point that out. Let me pull this up here. Sorry, guys, it was 16 pages. The other thing I kind of wanted to point out is since between 2020 and 2025, when we're looking at just our commercial fisheries, the cumulative effects, not just the income of the commercial fisheries, but all of the other ancillary things that go into that, buying boat motors, extra fuel, things like that, it comes up to about $27 million so far that we've lost in the Yukon economy, which is driving people to go outside of their village, to not be home, to go get economic opportunity, which oftentimes we're finding when we're talking to our people that at a certain point, they're just working so much outside of the village that there's not much incentive to go back home. The other thing I wanted to point out was the value of our commercial fishing permits. So I looked up the recorded sales just from 2019 to 2021. Obviously, they're not selling because nobody can fish those. However, they still have a nominal money amount to them. And so what has been happening in region for some of our elders that have had these permits for a long time is that is considered an asset. It's actually considered something that they can quote unquote sell, and it's not really worth anything, which is impacting the ability for, as the income continues to go lower, our average income is around $26,000 per household. As our income gets lower and people are seeking assistance, the value of those commercial fishing permits is actually hindering them from getting assistance. So I just wanted to kind of point something out based on the AP questions. And our poverty rate now, the national average is 18%. Alaska's overall average is about 10.2. And in the TCC region, we vary between 21% and 36% among 6 of our regions. So that's pretty significant when we look at the socioeconomic impact and how that has that ripple effect. So open to more questions, but that's what I've got so far. This 16-page supplementary info is submitted in my comments to the AP, so you should be able to pull that up.
Thank you both. Certainly appreciate the additional context. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you both for your contributions and your responses. You mentioned a lot about the commercial fisheries, and I've been digging through the information. It seems like the downturn in chum salmon for both river systems, the Kuskokwim and the Yukon, in terms of the ability to have commercial fisheries, happened around the same time. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but around 2021. But can you better describe kind of like the differences in what's happening in those two systems now, like the Yukon versus the Kuskokwim? It seems like fairly different trends now, or maybe I'm getting that wrong as well.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. That is a great question. I'll speak on behalf of Yukon. So yes, there is different trends. Our trend is now 0.
And through the chair, this is Therese. Thanks for that question. Commercial chum fisheries have not occurred on the Kuskokwim River for closer to 10 years. They shut down a little bit earlier. And that was before my time with the Kuskokwim, but as I understand it, there's been this long-standing relationship between managers and people on the Kuskokwim trying to monitor fisheries and trying to get the local people involved in the management of fisheries. And that helped give way to the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, which has allowed tribes to take a seat at the management table with the federal government. So there was, I think, an earlier scrutiny on chum salmon commercial fisheries. So there are no longer any commercial chum salmon fisheries, either in the river or in the Kuskokwim Bay. There's minimal subsistence fisheries of chum salmon. Those have continued amidst declines, but they're nothing near what they used to be. I mean, people are very heavily restricted, only allowed to try to target chum salmon in short 6, 12, 24-hour windows at a max. And, local knowledge and traditional knowledge from lifelong fishermen indicates the chum salmon abundance is nowhere near what it used to be. Even as we've seen marginal improvements in chum returns, it's not manifesting in people's subsistence harvests. So I hope that helps.
Through the chair, it does. Thank you. And I apologize. I did not ask the question correctly because I wasn't just looking at commercial harvest, but the trends in just returns to each river system seemed a little different to me. And so I appreciate you responding on behalf of what's happening in the subsistence fishery as well. And Crystal, I don't know if you have additional things to add there that would help me.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Yeah, so we have been seeing downward trends of all salmon on the Yukon for quite a while. It's pretty easy and pretty clear to go through the ADF&G documentation and see kind of where we've had some massive dips and returns, massive dips and returns. We've been, our elders and our knowledge holders have been at these tables for quite a few decades, kind of sounding the alarm saying, hey, the salmon are starting to show massive signs of stress. Things are going downhill very quickly. And then that did happen in that, between 2019 and 2021, where we saw these massive crashes. I do recall around that time of, well, this has happened before, they're going to bounce back again. But salmon, well, any species can only go through so many crises and big dips like that before they really struggle to return. So yes, we've been seeing these declines and we've been changing our fishing behaviors accordingly. But there's only so much that we can do without everyone collectively being involved. But yes, there's massive documentation with multiple species. The chum, fall chum especially, really took a hard hit in 2020. We saw very minimal returns.
I didn't know if this was the time or not, but to ask about some of the in-river projects that are ongoing, because I didn't know if these folks would be here later to sit at the table, but I am very interested in the work they're doing on in-river kind of habitat restoration, things like that. It provides a good picture about like how they're tackling both in-river situations and marine situations. So is that appropriate, Madam Chair, or should I do that on the side? Either way.
No, I think that's appropriate right now. And I know that you'll be available for the rest of the presentation as well if other issues come up during the analytical part of this or better understanding the impact. So please go ahead and
Maybe
we
just
have another question too. Oh, yeah, feel free to expand on that.
Sorry, through the chair, Angel. I think that'd be a little, we definitely want to go over in-river restoration. It's been happening for quite a few decades right now on both rivers. So I think it'd be more appropriate as we get towards the end of some of the presentation that Kate and Sarah have. It's pretty comprehensive. And I would be happy, and I'm sure my co-author over here would be extremely happy to go over what we're doing.
Thank you. Might have one more question, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, so thank you, and thank you for all the great information. I'm more familiar with the lower Kuskokwim, but I know that the lower Kuskokwim, the folks that I've spoken to, I know that it's been difficult sometimes for Chinook and Chums for sure, but they've been blessed with a fairly strong run of sockeye salmon as I think the rest of the state has also done. Can you give me a little idea on where, and I also found your discussion about how the difference in utilization of chums, the less oily fish versus the kings made an impact. Can you tell me where sockeye might fit? Is it more like a king? Is it more like a chum? Is it just a completely different fish? Maybe can you help me understand that a little bit better?
I always seem to have trouble with these mics. Thank you, Mr. Sukata, for the question through the chair. I do feel like that would be an excellent question for some of our lifelong Kuskokwim subsistence fishers, as I'm newer to the region and haven't had the opportunity to fish for king salmon and chum salmon since they haven't been in abundance since I've lived there. Sockeye salmon on our river, they do have a good oil content. People are adapting to learn how to use them to try to fill food security needs in the lower and middle stretches of our river. However, they don't provide viable food security backstops or gap fillers, if you will, for all portions of the river, and that's discussed in Appendix 8, because most sockeye salmon, at least we have both lake and river type spawners, and there's a large lake system, the Talakwana Lake up the Stony River. So most sockeye salmon that are spawning in the Kuskokwim will return to tributaries downstream or in the Stony River. And there's several communities above the Stony River that then don't have the opportunity to harvest sockeye. So those communities are 4 headwaters communities. They're also within TCC's subregion. They're heavily dependent upon king and chum salmon when it comes to salmon harvest. That's also illustrated in Appendix 8 when we detail the sort of our regional breakdowns of subsistence harvest trends, as was alluded to earlier this morning. So those sockeye salmon really can't be replacement food for those headwaters communities. So just additional context, I think, for your question. But I think that's a good question for some of our lifelong fishermen who might be testifying.
Thank you. And Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be quick, but thank you for being here. And when I worked on the Kuskokwim, I'm more interested in the health aspects of chum than commercial aspects, although that's important too. When I worked on the Kuskokwim, I was asked by an elder in help in getting spawned out chum salmon for their diet. Do you go into the specifics about the health benefits in Appendix 8 and 9, especially for elders in the communities?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Blahovdy, for the question. We, in section 4432, actually, there's some information on the nutrition content and nutritional profile of chum salmon that's really important as part of the traditional native diet in our regions and why people have stayed healthy for thousands of years living in these pretty extreme Arctic and subarctic environments. So that is in there, and Appendix 8, as well as that section 4.4.3.2 also discuss, how chum salmon are important for the elder diet. So that is in the analysis. There's so much traditional knowledge and traditional harvest methods and targeted foods, like spawned out fall chum salmon, that we certainly miss things, just like any analysis misses scientific data. So I think that's really important that you're bringing that forward, that there's even a preference for spawned out fall chum salmon as part of the diet. So again, just kind of emphasizing the importance for people's nutrition and food security. I don't know if Crystal has anything to add.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So in Appendix 9A, Chapter 3, which starts on page 9, it's health and well-being impacts. That really talks about the holistic. It doesn't really specifically answer your question about the difference of the spawned versus, but it does talk about the health impacts that we have found in the TCC region. I do want to point out, and this came up in the AP as well, in 2017, Tanana Chiefs Conference did a survey, and this is almost 10 years old, and we were already struggling with meeting, the amount needed for subsistence between fish and wildlife and just literally everything else. And already at that time, the impact of just a small amount of reduced access was very, very significant. And I'm happy to share that survey with you guys so you have it. It's pretty interesting to see that the same issues that we were having 10 years ago, when there was just a little bit of access that was having, or a little bit of access that we were not having, compared to what we're hearing right now, which is, a panic, a crisis. So just want to say for context, when we were looking at 10 years ago, the success rate for people being able to fish and hunt successfully and be able to fill their freezers between subsistence foods alone, over 30% of households could pretty much meet their protein needs year round. That's pretty significant. As it stands right now, most of our households cannot. And when it comes to sockeye and things like that, we don't have access to a lot of other salmon species in most of the Yukon. And we have talked about this as TCC has purchased different types of salmon. Oftentimes it's very small amounts compared to what we would normally be able to put away. And the feedback that we have gotten from that is, it is different. It does taste different. It's not something that people are used to. They're not, it's frozen. They don't know what to do with it. We're still going to try to eat it because it's the fish that we have. But that, again, getting a fish in a box versus the emotional and physical and just overall health well-being of us going out there and harvesting the fish is just completely different. But yeah, happy to share that survey from almost 10 years ago, but same problems, just different day.
I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a good time, I think, to take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:40 and resume our staff presentation on C2. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. I apologize for the lengthier than anticipated break. I think it's a big issue that we're talking about, so it's sometimes helpful to touch base with folks on the break. So thanks again for your patience. So we are continuing on with our staff presentation on C2. And I think before we move on to the next slide, there was a council member who had some questions on alternative one still. Yep, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm curious, back on slide 59 on alternative one, current bycatch avoidance and mitigation strategies. It lists their excluder use, and I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to and this question may be better for industry, so feel free to say that, but the excluder use and the difference in the effectiveness of the excluders between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea and what's being done to improve that.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Goen, for the question. I think you're right. That is a question that's better suited for industry. I'm not aware of the different design dynamics between vessels that are operating in the Gulf versus the Bering Sea. So apologize for that, but.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Thanks.
Okay, so the next section of this presentation is going to cover the impact analysis related to alternatives 2 and 3, which include either an overall hard cap or a hard cap that is triggered by an abundance index. Under alternative 2 and 3, the analysis provides estimates for the number of chum salmon and AEQ chum salmon that would have been saved had a hard cap and apportionment combination been in effect retrospectively. These savings estimates are based on a retrospective analysis that estimates when a given hard cap and apportionment would have been met, and they do not account for changes in fishing behavior. This is figure 1.4 from the analysis. This compares the pollock fisheries historical chum salmon bycatch represented by the red line to the chum salmon bycatch that would have occurred under the different cap and apportionment combinations in blue. The difference or the gap between the red and blue lines there indicates the relative magnitude in the bycatch reductions in a given year. In this figure, again, we're looking at total chum salmon savings, not adult equivalent chum salmon or AEQ chum salmon savings. Here in this figure, each row represents a hard cap amount, and then each column represents an apportionment. There are a couple of important points to highlight from this figure. One is that bycatch reductions were greatest under the lowest hard cap, and the magnitude of those reductions, or that spread between the blue and red lines, decreases as the cap amount increases. And second, there was substantial interannual variability in the fleet's historical bycatch levels under status quo. And so if we assume that some of those fluctuations in the red line are driven by more than fleet behavior alone, future performance under a hard cap would likely be influenced by environmental conditions or factors that are beyond the fleet's control. So we're raising this point just as the council considers the alternatives and a potential hard cap amount. There could be a trade-off in the potential for the alternative to reduce chum and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch while providing the fleet sufficient flexibility to remain below that cap. Related, in order to move a hard cap forward under either alternative, an apportionment option would also need to be selected. This is a policy decision that weighs a sector's historical and expected future chum salmon encounters along with the objective of reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. Here on this slide is table 233 from the analysis. It compares the average AEQ bycatch reductions for each reporting group, the average total bycatch reduction, and the average amount of pollock forgone under all analyzed hard caps and apportionments. The thing to note here is that the apportionment option is not a significant indicator of bycatch savings in this retrospective analysis. Rather, the AEQ reductions are driven by the hard cap amount. And so within a given cap amount, which you can see in each row, the savings by apportionment option varies very little. very little. Sorry about that. Here we are only looking at chum salmon savings and setting aside any of the distributional impacts and those considerations related to the pollock fleet, and Ms. Marinan will cover those after I'm done with this portion. This slide and the next are going to talk through the scale of the bycatch reductions under alternative 2 and 3. Table 341 in the DEIS shows the estimated reductions in the impact rate on the upper middle Yukon reporting group under all analyzed hard cap and apportionment combinations. When you look in that table, the greatest reduction in the impact rate for the Yukon fall chum salmon run from status quo occurred in 2021 under a hard cap of 100,000 chum salmon and the AFA apportionment. The status quo row of this table essentially is showing you the baseline. So no hard cap was in effect in 2021 and the number of AEQ chum salmon that were taken as bycatch. And then that number as either a percentage of total removals or the impact rate. We have already discussed how those two values are different, but we wanted to provide a comparison here between those two reporting groups. The bottom row on this table is showing you the number of chum salmon that were estimated to be saved in 2021 under that hard cap and apportionment combination. So if this measure had been in effect in 2021, roughly 3,300 adult equivalent chum salmon from the Yukon fall run would have been saved, and the impact rate would have been reduced by 3.27% from status quo. So another way of looking at this is to say, had this measure been in effect in 2021, the impact rate would have been 1.73% as compared to 4.94%. This slide takes a step back from that upper bound, and it puts 2021 into context with a broader set of years for the upper middle Yukon reporting group. We're still evaluating here the same management measure, which is a hard cap of 100,000 chum salmon using the AFA apportionment option, to show how the impact rate reductions would change across years when that same hard cap combination is applied. So here each row represents a year, and the columns walk through that comparison from status quo versus whether the alternative had been in effect, and again, no changes in fishing behavior occurred. So this is giving you a sense of that variability year to year. It is a more realistic depiction of what this management measure could achieve. So when we look across these years, we might expect a more typical reduction to be around 0.6%, which is the average across that time period. So another way of trying to understand this information is to say that had the most restrictive hard cap been in effect and apportioned using that AFA option, the impact of bycatch would have been around 0.4% of the Yukon fall chum salmon run size compared to that average of 1.0%. Finally, the reductions in the impact rate were smaller under the larger cap amounts. And so for scale, and as a reminder of this point, the average percentage reductions for the midpoint of a 325,000 hard cap, as well as the upper bound of a 550,000 hard cap, both using the AFA options, are provided for you here on this slide.
The analysis expects the pollock fleet to react to the implementation of a PSC limit under alternative 2 or 3. Because of the consequence, it generates a strong incentive for increased chum salmon avoidance to the extent possible. The strategies the fleet would use would likely be similar to tools they've used in the past. Lots of communication on catch rates, more test tows, more movement, prioritization of chum salmon avoidance over things like good pollock CPUE. The ability for these tools to be successful will depend on the conditions of that season. For instance, if herring bycatch is hard to avoid in a given year, the fleet may be more constrained in where they can go in prioritizing both species. The impact of these types of actions are not quantified in the analysis, but characterizing them is an important part of predicting future impacts, both in terms of possible salmon savings, but in changes in operational costs and expected closures as well. Okay.
Sorry. One of the final points to cover under alternative 2 and 3 here is the uncertainty in how this management measure may perform in the future. So this is figure 321 from the analysis, and it illustrates just some of the factors that make Western Alaska bycatch reductions under a hard cap uncertain. And this is a somewhat counterintuitive point, so it's helpful to walk through this. The percentage of the bycatch that are Western Alaska chum salmon is shown in that gray line across the top of the figure. And the black column represents the total chum salmon bycatch in that year. And then the blue column represents Western Alaska chum salmon. Each year of fishing is different, and the proportion of the bycatch, or that percentage that Western Alaska chum salmon represent, varies sometimes significantly year to year. So comparing the 2021 and the 2022 fishing years is a helpful example for this point, where the total bycatch was cut nearly in half, but the number of Western Alaska chum salmon taken in 2022 was actually greater than what occurred in 2021. The analysis expects that vessels will target fishing grounds with the lowest possible chum salmon bycatch rates to efficiently harvest their quota while minimizing the number of chum salmon taken that would count against that hard cap amount. So vessels will not necessarily target areas to avoid Western Alaska chum salmon if it presents a risk of meeting that hard cap, and that's the trade-off there. However, if the pollock fishery was able to achieve total bycatch levels near the lower end of the range under status quo, Western Alaska chum salmon would be expected to be reduced. And then related to that final point, Table 349 and Figure 1.5 in the DEIS are conceptual tools that are available to you to give some hypothetical examples of the number of Western Alaska chum salmon that could be taken in the future under different hard cap amounts based on historical proportions. Okay. This slide sorry, is there a question? Okay, sorry. This slide compares for you some of the big picture policy level trade-offs among alternative 2 and 3. This is necessary and appropriate to make this comparison because the alternatives cannot be selected together. So if the council would like to recommend an overall chum salmon PSC limit or a hard cap, the first policy decision that you may want to consider is whether or not to link that hard cap with abundance under alternative 3. Doing so would provide the pollock fishery greater flexibility in periods or years with greater Western Alaska chum salmon abundance. But the impacts to chum and Western Alaska chum salmon in those years where the hard cap does not apply would be close to neutral. There's a marginal difference in the maximum number of years that a hard cap would have been in place based on option 1 or option 2. And again, option 1 is the 3 area index. Option 2 is the Yukon area index. The threshold that was more of a determining factor for when a hard cap would have been in place were the threshold amounts, where a threshold set at 50% would have resulted in the cap being in place in a greater number of years. Section 3343 of the DEIS has the impact analysis that is specific to alternative 3 if you would like to find more information on that alternative alone.
The analysis of impacts for those dependent on Western Alaska chum salmon is an extension of the impact analysis on Western Alaska chum. The purpose and need statement is focused on the goal or purpose of reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, but broader benefits could be felt under alternative 2 or 3, or any of the alternatives, if bycatch reductions contribute to increased Western Alaska chum salmon returns. This type of benefit contributes another layer of uncertainty due to potentially intervening variables. Broader benefits to communities, tribes, and directed fisheries from reduced bycatch would depend on other factors affecting chum salmon returns, such as environmental conditions, intercept fisheries, adding uncertainty to these outcomes. Impacts of reduced Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch would be experienced cumulatively with other factors that influence Western Alaska chum salmon returns. Earlier, we provided context from the analysis to understand the relative scale of possible adult salmon saved from coastal Western Alaska. Again, those are the markers in yellow on the map. and Upper Middle Yukon reporting groups, the purple markers, under alternative 2 or 3 cap. The analysis is extended in section 4521 to consider the possible reductions relative to escapement goals and thinking about whether different decisions may have been able to be made by in-season managers about subsistence opportunities. These are the same methods that were brought forward in the 2025 preliminary analysis. There can be a number of factors ADF&G considers with in-season management, but in general, subsistence opportunities may be provided for Yukon fall chum salmon if the run size is greater than 300,000 fish. Subsistence opportunities may be provided for Yukon summer chum salmon if the run size is greater than 500,000 fish. Reductions in AEQ bycatch for the CWAC group, including Yukon summer chum salmon, could be widely diffused across river systems from Kotzebue down through Bristol Bay. The number of adult saved Western Alaska chum salmon from the retrospective analysis demonstrated that potential benefits would largely manifest as incremental improvements of abundance rather than increased subsistence or commercial fishing opportunities. However, keep in mind the analysis cannot quantify the impact of expected changes in fishing behavior prior to reaching a cap, which could increase AEQ savings returning to the river systems, and chum salmon not caught in the pollock fishery could still face other at-sea mortalities, which could diminish AEQ savings. Oh. Question.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I'm trying to connect some of these slides. So on this one, the AEQ reductions, the max AEQ reduction that we might see, is that from slide 67 in the upper mid Yukon? Like the potential for max reduction, the lowest cap level is 3,298 fish. And that's what I'm looking at, that could be a little bit more if behavior changed, or a little bit less if we counted natural mortality. I'm trying to put it in context of subsistence opportunities may be provided if run size is greater than 300,000 fish and greater than 500,000 fish.
Through the chair, yes, that's right. So I guess for a little more context too, in Kate's example of the lowest cap in 2021, that's the highest impact year. That might have been 21,500 fish going back to the river systems in yellow. In this 2021 example, at the lowest cap level, that would have been approximately 3,300 fish destined for the upper middle Yukon. So in that slide that highlighted the 2021 impact, you could think about the difference for upper middle Yukon and potentially returning fish.
Thank you. And I know this was a hard analysis to do, but that's kind of the number I'm centered on then for middle and upper Yukon is that 3,300 fish that could be the max savings, give or take some under the alternatives 2 and 3. But I guess my question is based on your other analysis of alternatives 2 and 3 that we may not have. We may save chum in general, but not Western Alaska chum. Are we just supposed to overlay that particular context and not focus on how it might change that 3,300 fish so much?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Yes, I think you have that right. These are the quantitative estimates that can be provided for you in terms of the adult equivalent chum salmon savings, or this AEQ reduction shown in the 4th column here on the slide for the upper middle Yukon reporting group. And so the context that we're providing in terms of uncertainty is to say that in the future, these numbers could differ based on the fleet's performance relative to Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch avoidance. And also, these numbers could vary based on the intervening variables and conditions that Sarah had spoken to, including that saved AEQ fish may not make it to their rivers of origin as well. So yes, context for considering these numbers.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, just to extrapolate on that response a little bit too. So when we're talking about the uncertainties of fleet behavior, there's that added component of additional bycatch avoidance could reduce the overall number of chum bycatch and potentially whack chum bycatch, but it also might affect the proportions within that mix based on the incentives created there. So that's that additional behavioral component. Section 455 of the analysis describes broader implications for those dependent on Western Alaska chum salmon relative to any of the alternatives or combination of the alternatives that may promote greater returns of Western Alaska chum salmon to rivers of origin. So under any amount of increased Western Alaska chum salmon, returns may result in passive use or ecosystem benefits. To the extent that any of the alternatives may be able to aid in meeting escapement goals, this could promote subsistence and commercial fishing opportunities. Directed use opportunities for subsistence and commercial fishing, associated communities, mixed economies, cultural identity, indigenous way of life could be affected if these returns are able to aid in escapement goals. Opportunities would be based on dynamic in-season management. The analysis can't predict which communities or river systems may receive indirect benefits from potential bycatch reductions in terms of improved harvest opportunities. However, the analysis provides extensive information on trends of historical harvesting patterns and the importance of these harvests, and in particular through some of the work with the tribal cooperating agencies. The analysis highlights the severe and escalating impacts of closed and limited salmon could be widely diffused across river systems. Fishing opportunities in Yukon and Kuskokwim in particular for culture and food security, food sovereignty, and way of life. If there's an opportunity for subsistence or commercial fishing, even a few hundred fish could have a positive impact. If bycatch reduction efforts contribute to longer-term viability of the stock, the analysis, aided by the tribal cooperating agencies' work, describes a profoundly positive effect on the human-salmon ecosystem relationship, indigenous values and culture, food security, food sovereignty, and the resilience of communities on the Yukon and Kuskokwim River. And these topics were also highlighted in the tribal cooperating agencies' appendices. Okay, moving into alternative 2 and 3 impacts for the pollock fishery. An overall chum salmon PSC limit, it's not expected to result in cost savings or a benefit for the pollock fishery. Impacts to the vessels would be expected to be neutral or, for the most of scenarios described, likely some degree of adverse economic impacts. Whether and to what degree adverse impacts are felt depends on the overall cap chosen, the apportionment, future pollock fishery conditions, and other future environmental factors. The types of impacts that could occur that include impacts prior to a closure, so changes in the inherent risk associated with fishing. This could affect the decision to fish and process and increase operational costs from increased avoidance behavior and decreased efficiency overall. And if and when a closure occurs, foregone revenue and broader implications across processors, communities, CDQ groups, and support sectors. The impacts under Alternative 3 would be similar in nature to those of Alternative 2, but only in years when the cap is in place. Depending on the limit selected, it also presents the possibility of a 75,000 chum salmon PSC limit, which could increase adverse impacts. There are operational similarities among vessels within a sector, so much of the analysis is presented at this level. However, the impacts from the alternatives would also be experienced at the vessel, company, and cooperative levels. The industry may choose to rely on vessel-level apportionments of the PSC limit. It's my understanding that the Chinook PSC limit is apportioned to the vessel level by the IPAs. This isn't required in regulations. They include buffers to ensure the limit is not met and that one vessel's performance doesn't affect others. If a similar system is used by the industry, vessels will evaluate their own risk relative to the sub-apportionment prior to leaving the dock. Appendix 6, which was produced for the last iteration, provides a vessel-level evaluation using the inshore sector as an example. These methods are described in the appendix, uses the Chinook level apportionments as described in the IPA reports to sub-apportion chum salmon PSC limits. At the most constraining limit and apportionment for the inshore sector, vessel level limits could range from 15 fish per boat to 2,285 chum salmon per vessel. We looked at some additional context in this vessel level analysis in this iteration of the DEIS. The 7 vessels that may have had the lowest apportionment in 2023, so these 7 vessels would have had less than 100 chum salmon limit. They caught between 0 and approximately 2,300 chum salmon per trip, looking at 2021 through 2023. The 4 vessels that may have had the highest apportionment in 2023, so that would have been a vessel level sub-apportionment of 1,500 to 2,285 chum salmon limit, caught between 0 and approximately 8,000 chum salmon per trip during that 2021 to 2023 timeframe. So this demonstrates that the risk, which is exemplified here for the inshore fleet, but it's present for all sectors, carries different implications for viability and sustained participation across the fleet. The vessel level risk may also make vessels less willing to transfer chum salmon PSC if another vessel hits its cap in the event that there's a pulse activity, a lightning strike event later for that vessel later on in their B season. I'll pause for a question.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you clarify for me with the Chinook PSC, does that go to the vessel level as well? Is that what?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, the Chinook PSC limit is not apportioned down to the vessel level by NIMS. It's my understanding that the fleet uses a vessel level sub-apportionment that they agree upon as a tool for vessel accountability to create buffers and to ensure that the sector as a whole doesn't reach its limit.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I'm looking at these numbers, and I guess kind of my takeaway from it is if I'm a catcher vessel, whether I've got one of the higher apportionments or lower apportionments, really a lightning strike at any given time could close me out for the rest of the year. Is that really the right way to be looking at that?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, that was a takeaway that I got from looking at the data as well. Even looking across vessels of different capacity, generally the lower capacity vessels, when looking at the Chinook sub-apportionments by vessel that are specified in the IPA report, those tend to be the lower capacity vessels, and the vessels that would receive a larger vessel level apportionment tend to be the higher capacity vessels. But then when comparing that to vessel trip level catch information, it does, especially under the lower limits, it does appear that there's still a risk present across vessels of different capacity. If vessels perceive a risk from an overall cap, the vessel would work to increase chum salmon avoidance. They would be expected to use chum salmon avoidance techniques that I had previously described. Increased use of these measures would come at a cost. Many of the techniques involved increased movement and slower, less efficient fishing. This part of the analysis is consistent with what's been presented previously. There's types of potential avoidance costs that are summarized in the document in Table 413 and 418. Avoidance strategies could delay or prevent a closure from occurring, but if an early B season closure occurs, there would be foregone revenue associated with unharvested pollock. These methods are used to benchmark the potential magnitude of this impact, and it mirrors the retrospective methods used elsewhere in the analysis. They're also consistent with what was presented last February. Unlike the Western Alaska chum salmon savings number that looks retrospectively in a similar way, those numbers are neither an upper nor lower bound of future savings. These values are expected to be an upper bound for direct gross revenue impacts, given that there's an expectation that the fleet would react to the implementation of an overall cap. So the top figure here is for the inshore sector. This shows hypothetical reductions in gross ex-vessel revenue as a percent of change in the BCs in gross revenue. This is here as pro rata as an example, just so you can see the figure on the table, but it's shown under 3 PSC limits and the 4 apportionments in the document. The bottom figure shows these trends for the offshore sector. The advantage of using this retrospective methodology to think about potentially foregone revenue is that it's a simple methodology. So from here, we can explain the caveats in predicting future impacts under a PSC limit. As I mentioned, the methodology doesn't account for behavioral changes based off of incentives, which would be expected if limits were implemented. In this way, the fleet may be able to prevent this level of closures in the future. That said, paired with the vessel level analysis and an understanding of possible vessel level chum salmon catch in a single trip, closures may be difficult to fully prevent at 100,000 cap level. When considering the economic impacts, the lower the chum salmon PSC limit, the greater the likelihood and expected magnitude of adverse economic impacts for this fleet. This table is a summary of annual average gross first wholesale revenue and revenue foregone across sector. And as we mentioned earlier, the apportionment doesn't matter as much as for the overall cap in terms of expected chum salmon savings, but the apportionment does matter in terms of sector level impacts. So this table illustrates the apportionment impacts between the inshore and CPs is the most pronounced, and there's a direct trade-off for these two sectors. For the CP sector, the AFA apportionment is the least adverse, and it's the most adverse for the inshore sector. If frequent or erratic bee season closures do occur, the analysis expects there would be much broader implications for negative economic impacts across pollock fishery networks. Harvester impacts could be felt by vessel owners, quota holders, crew, and others involved in internal management. Communities associated with those individuals could be impacted, as well as home port communities. So here we're thinking about Seattle, Kodiak, Newport, Dutch Harbor, and Alaska. CDQ groups have both a direct allocation of pollock, as well as many groups have made investments into AFA pollock. The analysis highlights the potential for frequent or erratic closures to impact the CDQ groups' leverage in negotiating harvest agreements and lease rates with their harvesting partners. This could affect their ability to support community programs as they have in the past. On the processor side, frequent or erratic closures would have an impact on processing workers, owners, and support staff directly. As described in the paper, there have been challenging market conditions recently with seafood prices, inflation, growing transportation costs, increased foreign competition, among other factors that could make pollock fishing and associated processors more vulnerable to impacts. These processors have a high dependency on pollock. This dependency has increased with declines in crab. Instability in this fishery could impact processor operations in non-pollock communities and their ability to process other species. Thus, the closures could also impact fishing sectors' ability to rely on that processor, those support sectors, or infrastructure. Community impacts would also be expected for community ports of landing. So Unalaska, Akutan, and based off of previous landings, King Cove is included in the analysis. These communities could see reduced tax revenue. This tax base from pollock has been an important and relatively stable source of revenue for these communities. Community infrastructure and support services are built around commercial fishing and the seafood industry. If closures impact other fisheries that provide tax revenue or local opportunities, there could be a compounding effect for communities and other fishing sectors.
We're going to switch gears a little bit here to think about and talk about the impacts to Chinook salmon bycatch under alternatives 2 and 3. So as I mentioned previously, None of the proposed alternatives create incentives for the fleet to reduce its Chinook salmon bycatch, but the current regulations do include incentives and management measures, including that hard cap and the IPAs that we spoke to before. This analysis is concerned with understanding what could or is more likely to happen to Chinook salmon bycatch if the fleet is reacting to different incentives created by the actions to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. The impacts to Chinook would only be positive where we would expect the bycatch to be reduced if the bee season closed early for one or more cooperatives and sectors. More likely is that the fleet will react to the hard cap and adjust its behavior as practicable to avoid that consequence, as Ms. Marinan just spoke to. The timing of Western Alaska chum salmon and Chinook salmon encounters are different in the bee season. So the fleet's efforts to change its behavior in June, July, or August when Western Alaska chum salmon are more prevalent on the fishing grounds would risk shifting fishing effort to later in the bee season when Chinook bycatch increases. So this trend is shown in figure 2.6 from the analysis here on the slide. If you think about that red wave or the line at the top, which represents the average weekly pollock catch, and moving that peak from the earlier portion of the bee season to the later, we would expect to see the number of Chinook salmon taken within the pollock fishery to increase. A hard cap that is set at a lower amount within the range would pose a greater risk to vessels meeting that cap, all other factors being equal. And this is because the analysis expects that a hard cap set at the lower end of the range would induce the most substantial behavior changes, including stand downs or slowing the pace of the fishery in order to avoid chum salmon. And this dynamic poses a trade-off in that the hard caps that were shown to have the greatest impact in terms of bycatch reductions are also the most likely to increase Chinook salmon bycatch. The potential negative effects of alternative 3 would be less than alternative 2 because a hard cap would not inherently be in place each year. So when you're looking across a time series. Okay, moving to the potential impacts of alternative 2 and 3 on herring. The dynamics of these alternatives for herring are similar to Chinook salmon in that none of the proposed alternatives create incentives for the fleet to reduce its herring bycatch. And so the outcomes for herring PSC would be driven by the fleet's ability to balance its operations in season against both species. That being said, herring presents a different avoidance challenge for the fleet. Chum and Western Alaska chum salmon and herring are encountered in relatively similar times during the bee season. So table 238 from the analysis is shown here, and it compares the bycatch rates for herring on the left and chum salmon on the right across the herring savings areas and then all other outside areas during June, July, and August. These 3 months, again, are typically when the bycatch of both species is greatest in the bee season, and it helps to show the different locations of bycatch hotspots for these two species. And if you're trying to look for convergence where the greatest chum, salmon, and herring rates are in the same location in a given period, just to say month, it doesn't happen often when we're looking at these aggregated scales. And so the takeaway here is that it's expected the fleet would face suboptimal choices as they work to stay below a hard cap for chum salmon while balancing herring bycatch against that current PSC limit that triggers the herring savings area closures. Similar to Chinook salmon, it's more likely that herring bycatch would be affected and increase under a hard cap at the lower end of the analyzed range.
There's a number of places in the DEIS that present information on the impacts relative to the CDQ reserve pool sub option for alternative 2, 3, and also 5. This slide just gives you a reference to where you can find those in the document, but I'm going to kind of present one summary slide relative to all of these alternatives on the CDQ reserve pool sub option impacts. So in general, the CDQ reserve pool would increase the amount of a hard cap compared to not adopting this sub-option. The higher the PSC limit, the larger the CDQ reserve pool would equate to. However, the contribution from a CDQ reserve pool is more likely to be used to be caught at a lower PSC limit. So for instance, under alternative 2 and 3, the pool could theoretically allow for up to 43,428 additional fish under a 550,000 cap with a 3-year average apportionment, with all CDQ groups participating with the inshore sector. But under a 100,000 limit with a 3-year average apportionment and all CDQ groups participating, the CDQ reserve pool would be 5,833 additional fish. It's difficult to predict the change in chum salmon savings under the alternatives, as a CDQ pollock has not typically been fished on CVs, and as far as I know, not at all with the inshore sector. Harvest patterns and chum salmon encounter rates would likely mirror the inshore sector and mothership sector's trends. So you can look to table 3.8 to get a sense of years when the inshore sector would have closed under the different caps and apportionments. CDQ groups can currently and would be able to, under with or without this sub-option, have their CDQ pollock harvested on the inshore and mothership vessels, which have had higher chum salmon encounter rates in the past. Thus, the incremental impact of this sub-option would occur if and when an additional amount is apportioned to a group's limit, and it allows them to catch more chum salmon PSC and remain fishing longer. Under alternative 5, the effect of the apportionment is even more pronounced between sectors, and this alternative may present comparatively larger impact for the inshore sector. So there's a few additional considerations under alternative 5. Overall, the cost of this sub-option are potential for an additional amount of chum salmon and possibly Western Alaska chum salmon to be caught under specific circumstances when that buffer is accessed. And the benefits are that it may provide a lower risk and operational flexibility if used by any CDQ group.
Moving now to alternative 4, which would modify the current regulations for the salmon bycatch IPAs to increase Western Alaska chum salmon and chum salmon avoidance efforts. These are the 6 provisions, again, that would be added to regulations and that the IPAs would be required to design measures to respond to. Again, those revised IPAs would need to be reviewed and approved by NMFS. This is a simple summary table that contains the analyst's assessment of the provision and whether or not it is likely to reduce chum and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. Overall, alternative 4 would be expected to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch relative to status quo, meaning not changing the IPA regulations. There are 2 exceptions, however, in provisions 3 and 5. The reason for this is in the 2 provisions and why they're unlikely to have an effect on Western Alaska bycatch reductions is because provision 3 would modify regulations for requiring the use of salmon excluder devices and bring them in line with the fishery's current practice. Most vessels are leaving the excluder devices in throughout the entirety of the bee season as it is. And then provision 5 is focused on transparency and information sharing. So that in and of itself wouldn't be expected to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. This slide speaks to some of the trade-offs for alternative 4 at a very high level. Most of the provisions under alternative 4 are specifically targeting chum salmon and Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance. And this alternative would require the IPAs to make those tailored incentives and penalties for doing so. Given that the IPAs have been modified in recent years and the fleet's performance since 2022 reflects the changes in fishing behavior and in response to these provisions, it's possible that alternative 4 alone would not yield or result in greater Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch reductions beyond what has been achieved in recent years. This alternative does not include a bycatch cap, and so there's no set upper bound on the number of chum salmon that could be taken during the entire bee season or in a specific time and area, like we'll talk about in alternative 5. However, alternative 4 provides the fleet with flexibility to adapt its fishing strategies in season and to target areas where Western Alaska chum salmon encounters may be lower. And finally, the potential impacts to communities, tribes, and participants in directed chum salmon fisheries would be an extension of the fleet's performance under this alternative in a similar way as Ms. Marion described for alternatives 2 and 3.
Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a question on this, and it was related to one of my questions earlier, and it's really on how we can assess alternative 4 given the changes in the available information that in season genetics. And so I could see the conclusion that it may be expected to reduce bycatch from status quo or potentially be equal to status quo. But how do we assess or characterize what that level of new information could do to an alternative like alternative 4? Because I think it speaks really well to this idea of using here historical genetic information is way different from using in-season genetic information. It just feels like we have a lot more opportunity here than we were characterizing either alone or in combination with other alternatives.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. I think you have that right. For alternative 4 alone, the in-season genetics information would be used to inform the IPA's response under a variety of provisions, but especially the first one, or provision 1, describing the use of genetic information in the prioritization of hotspot closures based on the likelihood of Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance. I think the trade-off in using the in-season genetics is more apparent when alternative 4 is compared to other alternatives and the incentives that they create, and what the fleet would be responding to. So I'm happy to answer further questions on that now. I think we'll also speak to that in the comparison of the alternatives too.
In terms of impacts to the pollock fishery under alternative 4, many of the provisions have already been adopted. Therefore, there's incremental costs relative to no action would be minimal. This alternative essentially codifies these practices into regulation. There may be some additional costs with provisions that haven't been fully adopted, or as just discussed, if new information is incorporated that has an additional cost associated with it. If not codified, by adopting alternative 4, these actions and associated costs could also be rolled back from what currently exists.
Alternative 4 is not expected to have an adverse impact to Chinook or herring PSC. The pollock fleet has operated under the IPAs since 2010, and the provisions under alternative 4 do reflect operations in recent years, for the most part. And additionally, the IPAs would still be required to retain the priority for Chinook salmon closures and avoidance that's intended to ensure Chinook salmon bycatch is minimized. And again, that falls under the Amendment 91 and Amendment 110 regulations for Chinook avoidance. We're going to move now into the impact analysis for alternative 5, which includes the in-season corridor as well as the corridor bycatch cap. Before we move into that, we want to first cover some of the key context to hold on to as we talk about the potential impacts of this alternative. So while the council modified this alternative last February, the methods that we use to analyze the in-season corridor options are generally the same, but there are 2 things to note. One is that Dr. Patrick Berry provided and prepared a new genetics analysis that looks at the combined cluster areas of 1 and 2. And then the analysis presents limited results from the fleet movement model for sub-option 1 of alternative 5. Additionally, the impacts of alternative 5, these are estimated by determining the date the fishery would have been moved elsewhere had that corridor bycatch cap been met And we're looking at the impact of moving vessels or slowing fishing within the corridor and then to outside areas, which is different from alternative 2 and 3, where we're looking at a hard cap that has the potential to close the fishery. The methods used in the fleet movement model are the same as what we brought forward last February, and a description of those methods is available to you in section 315 of the analysis. This slide is only meant to serve as a reference point, and it summarizes the steps the model uses to provide net change estimates for chum and Western Alaska chum salmon PSC for sub-option 1. I'm going to walk through this here just to help conceptualize what the model is doing and how to think about impacts under alternative 5. The following description that's here can also be visualized in figure 3.3 of the analysis for you as well, if that's helpful. So the model estimates what bycatch would have been after a corridor closure by redistributing pollock catch to areas that remain open and where fishing occurred in that same week. The displaced pollock catch is then split out across those outside areas in proportion to the pollock catch which did occur. The average weekly bycatch rates for each area were applied to estimate new bycatch amounts, and the bycatch that originally occurred inside the corridor is subtracted from the new estimates to calculate that net change. We did run the model for both option 1 and sub-option 1. Similar to the model runs from last year, there were weeks after the corridor would have closed and fishing did not occur outside of those closed stat areas. Tables 3.4 and 3.5 in the analysis, which are located in section 315, show the proportion of weeks, which is to say the number of cases where this scenario did occur for each sector. In those weeks, the model has nowhere to displace catch 2, and this issue was more prevalent for option 1 and was the determining factor to not use this method and to use alternative methods instead. And just to note, this wasn't surprising to the analysts because the corridor under sub-option 1 is larger than what was considered last year. So we expected that there would be fewer places where catch had occurred outside for some of the sectors. Because sub-option 1 would exempt 11 stat areas inside the corridor from closure, and these stat areas have been historically important fishing grounds, it substantially decreased the proportion of weeks where the model could not redistribute catch to outside areas. And so this is what made this model run different from last year. For this reason, the analysis provides the limited results for sub-option 1 to demonstrate the potential impacts to chum and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. However, the analysis does continue to emphasize that the results should be interpreted cautiously because there's still uncertainties associated with the model run, including that the annual net change estimates would be different if the model was able to redistribute catch in the weeks when no fishing occurred outside of those closed area, and the model cannot account for any changes in future fishing behavior.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Dr. Hapala, I was understanding then, I mean, it's intuitive that there were going to be weeks where there wasn't fishing outside of these areas because it's the entire fishing grounds for the CV fleet, for instance. But what did you do with those weeks in the model? Did they get just get dropped? Okay. I didn't understand what you did with the math.
Thanks through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that is the issue. They just get dropped. And so it's not accounting for those weeks. And so that's why the net change estimates, if we could account for that, they would be different. Could be positive or negative, but we just don't know.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapala. And so the model then also probably doesn't have any way to account for the impact on the aggregation of the pollock when you've moved that additional effort into those stat areas. Is that correct?
Thanks through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. That is correct. That is one of the elements of the analysis that has to be addressed qualitatively outside. The next couple of slides walk through the new genetics analysis. And I would note we have Dr. Berry online who can help answer questions for the council if you have specific questions on what this looks like. So on the bottom left of this slide is figure 316 from the analysis showing a map of the genetic cluster areas. And then on the right is figure 23 showing the in-season corridor. As I mentioned before, the corridor on the right and that aggregation of red statistical areas is the combined area of clusters 1 and 2. And so this new analysis is aggregating the observer samples from these two cluster areas to estimate the composition of the bycatch inside the corridor. And this was done because this is the management measure under alternative 5 and the area and footprint that the council is looking at. So this is table 354, and it shows the estimated proportion and number of Western Alaska chum salmon taken inside the corridor during the early, middle, and late periods of the bee season. The early and middle periods align with the closure window under alternative 5, which covers June 10th through August 31st. Here I've added shading to indicate the period with the greatest estimated proportion and the number for each year, just so it's easier to read. Looking at genetics in this way can be a useful approach to trying to understand the dynamics associated with Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch within the corridor to get a footing of the potential implications of future fishing behavior. So in general, when the periods are compared to each other, the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon within the total bycatch was usually greater in that early period encompassing June and July, but there are some exceptions. There's also some significant differences in the estimated proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon across periods within the same year. So for example, the Western Alaska component accounted for approximately 45% of the total bycatch inside the corridor during that early period in 2015, compared to 20% and roughly 21% in the middle and late periods of the same year. However, despite the proportion being nearly double for that early period, the number of Western Alaska chum salmon caught was less than what we saw in the middle period there. This slide walks through some of the historical in-season corridor bycatch trends, and it aligns with section 33462 of the analysis. The information in that section helps to understand whether the in-season corridor would have the potential to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch before getting into the impact analysis where we look at each individual sub-option. Table 356 in the analysis illustrates the corridor and closure window overlap a large share of the total bycatch. And then table 357 illustrates the majority of Western Alaska chum salmon taken as bycatch in the bee season are also attributed to this time and area. However, the information that is displayed within this slide and then available to you in that section of the analysis also show that while most of the Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch during the bee season occurs inside the corridor, Western Alaska chum salmon make up approximately or on average 21% of the bycatch inside the corridor. And so if you think again back to the grouping of red stat areas and the footprint, the proportion inside that on average was 21%. Moving to the impact analysis of option 1. This is figure 330 from the analysis, and the top row shows Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rates inside and outside the corridor. The left side shows rates in June and July, and the right shows rates in August. The bottom row shows the estimated number of Western Alaska chum salmon inside and outside, again with June and July on the left and August on the right. Because alternative 5 is a time and area closure, the impacts on bycatch are really driven by behavior changes and fleet movement. Here, bycatch rates are informative because you're considering the impact of moving vessels and the associated pollock catch out of closed areas. So we would expect Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch to increase if vessels are moved to places with higher bycatch rates. What figure 330 illustrates for you is that Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rates were higher inside the corridor compared to outside areas in all analyzed years except for the early period in 2016. And the estimated number of Western Alaska chum salmon caught as bycatch inside the corridor was consistently greater than what was encountered outside the corridor. So with that in mind, the analysis concludes that option 1 could reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch prior to a closure as well as after, and the mechanisms and logic for those two conclusions are provided here on the slide, and I'll walk through them briefly. So first, option 1 would create a strong incentive for vessels to change their fishing behavior. The inshore and mothership sectors in particular have relied on these fishing grounds within the corridor for a large portion of their bee season quota. Table 312 in the analysis contains that information for you if you'd like to see it by year for all sectors. All 40 corridor stat areas would close, which has the risk of displacing a substantial amount of pollock catch, and there could be few areas to recover it, and operational flexibility would be reduced. For all sectors, the sum of pollock catch that would have been displaced under the most restrictive corridor cap of 50,000 chum salmon exceeded 300,000 metric tons in 2017 and exceeded 200,000 metric tons in 4 of the 13 analyzed years. So efforts to constrain bycatch inside the corridor during the closure window would have the likely effect of reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch due to the fact that the rates and the numbers were greater inside. Similarly, option 1 would have potential for reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch after a closure, so long as the bycatch rates in the stat areas outside where fishing effort is displaced to or redistributed to were not substantially greater. We did look at that case or that potential set of scenarios for option 1, and the analysis shows that a limited number of cases where redistributing one sector outside of that full corridor closure would have created a scenario of increasing bycatch, or at least that was likely. But in the future, if this scenario occurred, we would expect that the rolling hotspot system for chum salmon avoidance would continue to operate and constrain bycatch as able.
In terms of impacts to the pollock fishery under alternative 5, option 1, this alternative has the potential to fully close the area in red through August 31, this corridor area. This could result in adverse economic impacts for the pollock fishery and associated communities. In particular, the analysis highlights that the inshore sector and smaller capacity CVs may be more challenged by this option. The analysis is broken out by sector and looking at impacts pre and post corridor closure. The inshore sector, as was just mentioned, is highly dependent on this area and has limited flexibility given that they need to return to port to offload. So even prior to a closure, depending on where the limit is set and at what point in the season they are, this could present a significant consequence to these vessels. It's expected that the cooperatives will use strategies like increased bycatch avoidance inside the corridor and possibly encouraging vessels to fish outside of the corridor to the extent they can. In this way, the full closure of the corridor could also have disproportionate impacts on smaller and lower capacity CVs that have a harder time safely traveling outside the corridor or maintaining efficiencies of scale for the additional travel cost. As you can see with the yellow line on the slide, it's approximately 130 nautical miles from Dutch Harbor just to get to the edge of the corridor. From there, they'd need to find appropriate pollock aggregations to continue fishing outside of that area. The analysis has more in-depth information on the characteristics of the fleet in terms of size, distance traveled, and capacity. In terms of that inshore fleet to try to break out some of the more vessel level and co-op level characteristics of the fleet that may be more impacted by this closure. Pre-closure disruptions to efficiencies could also impact shoreside processors, as these decisions can affect the pace of fishing and deliveries and/or quality of the products that are delivered. And the risk of a potential closure could also impact the processors. CP and mothership sectors have fished in this area in all years of in the bee season and all of the years that we looked at in our time series. The mothership sector has shown to be dependent on this area in some of the years in particular. So there could be pre-closure impacts to this sector as it worked to remain under the apportionment. Overall, both offshore sectors benefit from the flexibility of access to this area. So these caps could affect behavior pre-corridor closure as well. If a corridor closure occurs, vessels will need to travel outside the corridor area or wait until September 1st to fish in this area. Under option 1 in particular, there's the potential to redistribute a substantial amount of pollock fishing with a corridor closure. So we covered this in terms of pollock. This corresponding table in the section shows revenue at risk. This is a term used to signify that fishing wouldn't be required to stop under this alternative. Vessels could continue to fish outside or after August 31st, but these values provide a sense of scale for how much pollock catch and associated revenue would need to be redistributed to minimize these impacts. A clear takeaway from looking at this retrospective data is the lower the corridor caps, the greater the likelihood and expected magnitude of adverse economic impacts. This table is a summary of the gross revenue at risk, substantial difference in the number of closures that would have occurred under a 50,000 cap versus a 350,000 cap. For example, for the inshore sector, under a 50,000 cap, they would have been closed out of the corridor in 12 of the 13 years that we looked at versus a 350,000 cap in 1 of the 13 years. And the revenue at risk values shown under a 50,000 cap represent 26 to 31% of the inshore sector gross ex-vessel revenue for the bee season that would have needed to be made up either outside or after that corridor window. Another takeaway from this table, similar to an overall cap, the apportionment selected makes the largest marginal difference for the inshore and the CP sectors, with AFA being the most adverse for inshore and least adverse for the CP sector.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. My question's actually back on the previous slide, and I'm trying to find it in the analysis quickly, but my computer's not cooperating. Can you remind me if in the analysis and where it shows past effort by the shore-based or mothership fleets outside of that corridor area? So have they fished outside of that corridor area in the past? I'm thinking a location map similar to what you have there projected.
Yes, thank you through the chair, Ms. Goen. There's a couple of different resources that might be available to you here. So figure 3.5 in the analysis is in the pollock section. This shows the distribution of the Bering Sea pollock fisheries catch during the A season as the top panel, and then the B season as the bottom panel from 2019 to 2023. And so that gives you a sense of the distribution and density there in terms of recent years. And then so you can overlay that with the corridor boundary. And then there are also tables available that show the proportion or the percentage of each sector's catch harvested during the closure window for alternative 5 inside the corridor and then outside. So that would be table 316, where we look at the percentage for each sector in the corridor and then broken out again by cluster 3 and 4. So you have a little bit more granularity there in terms of area.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Since we're stopping for questions through the chair, I'm trying to, and I appreciate all the analysis, but just trying to plainly understand what's the most likely behavioral change. And it almost doesn't matter what option under alternative 5. But from the previous slides, it's clear the majority of the Western Alaska chum bycatch is in the corridor. But it's also clear that the majority of the chum in the corridor is not Western Alaska. So that's important, I think, in terms of what might occur in behavioral change. are we just creating an alternative 2 scenario in a smaller area where the most concern will be avoiding all chum as opposed to Western Alaska chum, given the proportion in there is still small? I'm just trying to think. I appreciate all the fleet movement modeling, but have you thought about just what is the most likely scenario to happen given that situation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. Yes, to some degree, I think you have that right. Regardless of whether it's a corridor cap or a hard cap, so be that alternative 2 and 3 or alternative 5, the analysis expects that when required to operate under a cap, the fleet is going to move to areas that have the lowest total bycatch rate. And so that may not be an area where the Western Alaska chum salmon rate or the proportion is lowest, but they're going to weigh their operations against the risk of meeting that cap. And especially for inshore CVs, as Sarah had mentioned, that sector is heavily dependent upon the entirety of the in-season corridor. And so that larger area, and where you think about what that fleet or those vessels might do in response, yes, there is a risk that you create the same situation in terms of an incentive for vessels to move to the lowest rate areas to avoid that consequence and maintain access to those fishing grounds. And so there's a trade-off that we can't quantify here in the analysis in terms of what that means for Western Alaska chum salmon, but the incentive that would drive behavior is the important part for consideration.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, just to expand on that too, I think there's also some considerations and nuances when you start thinking about layering the alternatives on top of each other. And we'll talk about this a little bit more later in the presentation, but I agree that what's with alternative 5 right now and with the corridor, there is going to be this strong incentive for vessels that stay fishing in the corridor to avoid all chum salmon, because that is what the cap is based off of. If you layer on alternative 4, rolling hotspot elements that currently exist, and you think about that dynamic, there could be some other nuances to movement within the corridor. Also, with alternative 5 on option 1 on its own, as we highlighted, for vessels for inshore CVs that have the ability and capacity to fish further out, we would expect more of that behavior to happen. Another figure that I wanted to highlight for Ms. Goen's question is figure 413 in the paper. This is specific for the inshore fleet, and it shows the maximum distance from port traveled from a pretty broad time frame, so 2019 to 2024, by vessels active in the 2023 B season. And some of this inshore CVs routinely go pretty far out. Some of them not so much, and this is maximum distance traveled. So this is really not saying anything about how common it is, how often it happens, but it happens now with some of the CVs that have the capacity to do it, and we would expect more of that behavior, which could benefit Western Alaska chum salmon if more are moving outside of the corridor given the outside rates. But within the corridor, I think there's some more complicated and nuanced avoidance behaviors that could happen with some of the interplay of the alternatives and the incentives.
And please just thank you through the chair. If there's, if this should wait till we get to the combination of alternatives, I'm really just thinking this through. I think the backdrop has always been that the rolling hotspot program will continue to operate. But then I guess the options, and I'm looking for confirmation or not, really do matter, because if the entire corridor area is closed, I don't know where the rolling hotspot program is operating at that point. Like there's really no other fishing grounds for the majority of vessels that deliver inshore.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question there. I think you're pointing out something that is a fair and realistic consideration. The hotspot program would continue to operate for the CPs and the mothership CVs to the extent that the latter sector is able to operate outside of the corridor. And there may be some inshore CVs that are also able to continue to operate. There are going to be challenges in that kind of scenario if you play out a majority of the inshore CVs not having access or not being able to fish and move outside of the corridor there, you would have fewer vessels operating and in fewer areas to be able to make a determination on where rates are lowest. And that seems somewhat counterintuitive, but part of how that program works is by allowing the flexibility and as vessels are moving to new areas to make that comparison. And so when you either have fewer vessels fishing or they're concentrated in one area, you change the way that that program is operating pretty fundamentally. That doesn't mean it goes away. It just would be constrained to what remains, if that helps.
Thank you, and thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair, and the responses. It is really helpful. I think it's important to understand how that program might change, since it's really the only thing we've got going, especially with the in-season genetics that I keep harping on, to avoid Western Alaska chum, which is our point. And all the caps are not Western Alaska chum, they are all chum. So that retaining the ability to have that program focus on Western Alaska chum seems like a key factor under any alternative. But I'll wait until you get to the combination of alternatives and see if there's something different there.
Any other questions at this point? Yeah, I think this is a good spot before we go into sub option 1 to break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:35. I am hearing that the AP will be ready to give its report at mid-afternoon around 3 p.m. So I will keep public testimony sign up opportunity open until the end of the AP report, as we typically do. So please do follow the schedule or the trajectory of the meeting. If we'll come back and see how far we get with staff presentation. If we end staff presentation before we receive the AP report, we may start public testimony in between. But I'm sure we'll find a way to consume the remainder of that time with questions. Yeah, thank you, everyone, and we'll see you back here at 1:35. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we are continuing our discussion on our staff presentation on C2. Just a reminder to the public, we are anticipating our AP report this afternoon. We're aiming for about 3 if it's ready at that time, maybe a little bit later. We will be closing public testimony sign up after the conclusion of the AP reports. If we have time in between the staff presentation and the AP report, we may take a couple testifiers. And likewise, if we have time after our AP report, but before 5 o'clock, we will start public testimony this evening. And if not, we will begin first thing in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Kate Hoppola with council staff. Just before the afternoon lunch break, we had finished with alternative 5, option 1. So we're moving now into alternative 5, sub-option 1. This is a reminder for you of the area that would close inside the in-season corridor, as well as the area that would remain open. So this displays figure 2.5 from the analysis. The stat areas that you see in red are those that would close to a cooperative or sector that met the corridor bycatch cap. The stat areas in blue are those that would remain open through August 31st. This is figure 332 from the analysis. This compares the estimated net change in chum salmon PSC, which is represented by the dark blue, to the chum salmon bycatch that occurred under status quo as light blue under all analyzed cap amounts and apportionments. The crosshatches in black represent years when the corridor would not have closed. So the top row reports the results under a corridor cap of 50,000 chum salmon. The middle row, a cap of 200,000 chum salmon, and the bottom, that of 350,000 chum salmon. Each facet, sorry, I just didn't know if that was, okay. Each facet or square is an apportionment option. When the light blue bar is lower than the dark blue bar, the corridor was estimated to reduce total chum salmon bycatch in that year. A key takeaway here for you is that redistributing the fleet away from the 29 stat areas that closed was shown to reduce total chum salmon bycatch in all analyzed years that a cap and apportionment combination was met. That being said, we can see that in some years, those reductions were close to neutral. And as would be expected, the bycatch reductions were greatest under the lower cap amounts, again, shown across that first row there. Figure 334 from the analysis shows the annual net change estimates for chum salmon bycatch under sub-option 1, broken out now by genetic reporting group. Each facet or square here represents a different corridor cap and apportionment. Each bar is stacked by genetic reporting group, where the colors indicate where those reductions are estimated to accrue from. The bars only appear in years when the corridor cap and the apportionment were met. The total height of each bar represents the estimated net reduction in chum salmon bycatch for that year under the specific cap and apportionment combination. The color composition of each bar shows those reductions and how they're distributed across the genetic reporting groups. And you have the legend key on the right-hand side for you there. Just a couple of important points to note. Consistent with the overall reduction in chum salmon, which is to say that for all genetic reporting groups, the estimated net change in Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch was projected to be negative under sub-option 1, which is indicating reductions. The coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon reporting groups are shown in the gold and light blue bars. 2017 was the year with the greatest projected Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch reductions, but you can notice that the Northeast Asia reporting group is consistently accounting for the majority of those projected reductions. And this makes sense because this reporting group is the largest component of the bycatch inside the corridor. Finally, the model is only able to show net change estimates for when a cap was met In the future, it's expected that vessels would change their fishing behavior to avoid the corridor cap. And these changes in the corridor where Western Alaska chum salmon have been more prevalent as compared to outside of the corridor would be expected to have the effect of reducing bycatch as well. So this would have implications for years when the cap is not met and are not represented by the reductions in the bars there.
When compared to alternative one, no action, sub-option one, the slide should say sub-option one, could present adverse economic impacts. Revenue at risk is still shown due to displaced catch. You can see that in Appendix 7 and Table A7-7 and A7-8. And it's still likely to have the greatest impact on the inshore sectors compared to the other sectors that have some more operational flexibility. The types of impacts that could occur are similar to what's described under option 1. Relative to alternative 5, option 1, sub-option 1 is expected to reduce adverse impacts to the pollock fishery. Because the risk of the closure is the same, the accounting process would be the same, but the consequence of a closure is different. So under sub-option 1, compared to option 1, less pollock catch would be displaced in the event of a closure due to fewer closed areas, which could result in less revenue at risk. It could provide more options for pollock fishing to be redistributed to by including the 11 exempted stat areas, which would increase the likelihood that any revenue at risk could be achieved outside of the closed stat areas. The stat areas that are chosen could also provide near port fishing opportunities during a corridor closure, which could reduce the adverse distributional impacts on smaller, lower capacity CVs that may be otherwise challenged to continue fishing outside the corridor closure area. And it could change the magnitude, because it could change the magnitude of consequences of a closure, it may may have an influence on the proactive measures taken and the avoidance costs willing to be incurred in order to prevent a closure.
Ms. Marinan, sorry, we had a question on the previous slide, I think. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it was actually several slides back on slide 101. And my question is, given these 29 stat areas, what our ability is to potentially pick a different 29 stat areas, or are we locked into these 29 stat areas? And in particular, we've seen in some of the testimony that there's concern over 655430, I think it is, a stat area that's got low bycatch rates, but actually higher numbers of Western Alaska chum in that area. So I'm wondering, do we have flexibility to pick which 29 stat areas might go into regulation?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, so that is an opportunity that's available to the council if you would like to pursue that. A consideration point for the council here would be that option 2 provides the opportunity for the IPs to select between 19 and 29 corridor stat areas inside the corridor to close. And so that range represents sort of a window of how you might want to look or could look at sub option 1 if you wanted to consider changing the 29 stat areas that would close, meaning you could not consider closing more than 29, and the lower bound in terms of a choice for the council would be 19.
That's helpful. Thanks. And a follow-up, if I may. I've also been trying to better understand this issue between bycatch rates versus bycatch numbers and which to use in management. I don't know if you can, it seems like we're mostly talking about bycatch rates in this analysis versus numbers. Is there a reason for that?
Thanks, Ms. Goen, for that question through the chair. So both are informative for an alternative like alternative 5, where we're really considering the impacts of fleet movement, particularly after a corridor closure or those efforts made by vessels to constrain their bycatch inside the corridor prior to meeting that cap. Rates are informative in this type of impact analysis because you're looking at the effect of moving pollock catch from some areas and redistributing that to other areas as vessels are able to pursue fishing and go fish in those open areas that remain. So if the bycatch rates, meaning the number of chum caught per metric ton of pollock, are greater in outside areas as compared to within, you run the risk of displacing catch over to that new area. And in doing so, you increase the number of chum that are caught. That is the relationship where the concern exists between looking at higher bycatch rate areas. What happens when you redistribute the fleet there? And then in doing so, when you add that pollock catch, are you increasing, and you would be, the total number of chum or Western Alaska chum salmon that are taken there?
That's helpful. So it sounds like the rate, in general, the rate is the indicator. There's few cases where you might have a low rate and a high number of Western Alaska chum. Is that right?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I think that is, yeah, that is a fair assumption that holds. We do have figures 335 and 336 in the analysis, as well as the numbers of chum salmon and Western Alaska chum salmon that are behind the figures which display the rates, available to you in the document containing additional information. So I'm happy at a break to double check that, but in the meantime, those are available as a resource to you.
Okay, so moving on, table 110 compares option 1, alternative 5 option 1 to alternative 5 sub option 1 in terms of the level of pollock catch that could be redistributed. Again, this is an upper bound. It's expected that the fleet would adjust their fishing strategies before they met the corridor cap. There's a much larger amount of pollock catch displaced under option 1 relative to sub option 1, and these effects are more pronounced at the lower limit.
Okay, moving now to option 2 of alternative 5. So federal regulations that would be established under option 2 of alternative 5 would require the IPAs to select a number between 19 and 29 stat areas inside the corridor to close. Regulations would require the IPAs to evaluate stat areas using some criteria, but it's expected that the IPAs, in addition to genetics data, pollock CPUE, and chum salmon bycatch data, would also include in their considerations the operational differences among vessels that influence their fishing behavior, the areas with reliable fishing grounds such that the TAC could be utilized, the timing and location of higher herring and Chinook salmon encounters, as well as more nuanced information from fishermen and IPA members on the depths and contours along the Bering Sea shelf where pollock and bycatch species are more likely to be encountered. NIMS would need to review and approve the IPA selections. Some of the more unique features of option 2 that we've spoken to previously in this presentation are that the regulations would allow the IPAs to change their selections of the stat areas to close year to year, but not in season. And this would allow for that management measure to adapt over time to changing conditions on the fishing grounds and for the sectors to operate under different closed areas due to their due to the differences in how these sectors use the fishing grounds encompassed within the corridor and their relative dependence upon them. When evaluating option 2, the analysis again considered the higher Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rates inside the corridor. And this dynamic drives the expectation that option 2 could reduce by Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch similar to option 1 and sub option 1. That being said, the stat areas that would close inside the corridor are at present unknown, and there's no way for the analysis to quantitatively compare option 2 against the other sub option 1 and option 1. A main point that's highlighted in the analysis is that how the IPAs balance the trade-offs in their selections would be expected to play a meaningful role in determining the magnitude of bycatch reductions in the future. In general, it's expected the IPAs would look to leave open stat areas with high pollock CPUE or reliably good fishing, while closing areas that represent moderate and high PSC risk. However, each year presents a slightly different scenario, and those stat areas with greater pollock catch also have greater Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch but low rates. Closing these areas creates a risk of moving vessels out into higher Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rates and for displacing pollock catch later into the bee season. And so Table 360, as well as figures 335 and 336, which I had an opportunity to speak to just a moment ago, and the analysis provides some additional information here, as well as the document that's posted under C2. The analysis doesn't try to play out different scenarios on how the IPAs may be able to optimize their selection, but rather points out the challenges that could be faced due to this variation where each year of fishing is slightly different, and then making choices on how to optimize those selections. So to weigh the potential for option 2 to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, it's more helpful to consider the aggregate stock composition of the corridor and then to focus on the incentives the option provides, the flexibilities of this option in comparison to sub-option 1 and option 1, and the factors that are likely to influence future outcomes for Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch.
Sorry, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Through the chair, are you, Dr. Happel, are you going to help us determine how to do that? Or are you just saying you should do that? That's really my question. I'm trying to see like the nuance that you say could make a big difference, I guess, in how the behavior changes, whether, and this is what I would like you to comment on besides the first thing, is whether we start moving people out of areas that are more frequently clean or have very low bycatch into areas that have more maybe moderate to low rates. And if you can see what I'm saying, there may be areas where we frequently have seen no chum, but once in a while see a big hit of chum, versus a whole bunch of stat areas where you have moderate chum bycatch the entire time. Like, I'm trying to tell where that would push people. But if you answer the first question, you're supposed to figure that out. I didn't do that for you, then maybe I'll just sit on the second question.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. I think the answer is both. So we've provided information that is intended to give a picture for Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rates, chum salmon bycatch rates, pollock catch inside these 40 stat areas as one set of tools that the IPAs would need to consider. And so giving the council some representation of those data for the corridor and the closure window. The analysts can't go further in trying to determine what areas those IPAs would select. I think that those representatives in public testimony are best suited to provide input to the council on how they would weigh those different trade-offs. So how I envisioned our role as the analysts in trying to provide information is in illustrating the trade-offs that they may face. You also asked the question earlier on in the presentation if it was a choice for the council on a number to select for the IPAs to hit. Even if the council pursues that, the choice would still lie with the IPAs. And so it's in their decisions on how to weigh those trade-offs. Is that helpful?
That is helpful. Both those parts are helpful, and I will just try to pursue that in public comment to see what the most probable, I guess, choices are. And then I appreciate a reminder that we could choose, and maybe this is just confirmation, the council could choose the number of stat areas to close and then use the in-season genetics to determine which ones those are every year. That's the confirmation I was looking for, which is a little bit different than how option 2 was described.
Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Hoppola, might struggle on how to ask this question, but so it's in the spring and you're looking at the previous year's stat area's performance and you're informing the IPA to see which closure areas might occur if a cap is reached. How reliable is the performance in year 1 will hold true in year 2 when the closure might be in effect?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, the closure could still take effect in the first year after implementation. So there isn't a delay, but the the postseason genetics that I think you're referring to in terms of looking at that spring and then the IPAs making their selections. I mean, those are reliable estimates for what they are. Each year of fishing is different. And so there is inherently a risk to using any kind of retrospective analysis, regardless of its reliability, to select areas pre-season, and then you run the risk of encountering different conditions on the ground. The aggregate trends hold in the sense that the Western Alaska proportions are greater inside the corridor as compared to outside. And then there are inferences and extrapolations of the data that can be applied to the bycatch rates inside those stat areas, which is also what we've done in the analysis. So I'm probably giving you a longer answer than you want, which is to say, yes, the IPAs can use the prior year's information from the genetics analyses to inform their selections. There is still a risk that the prior year is different from what they encounter in that B season of fishing.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. And so you didn't explore how a stat area would perform hypothetically looking at information from the previous year into the next year then?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, we do have information available to you that it's interannual. So it is, that data displays how Western Alaska chum salmon PSC bycatch rates would vary year to year by stat area, then making a determination of how that stat area being open or closed would interplay and have an effect with fleet movement. We didn't go that far.
Relative to alternative 1, no action. Alternative 5, option 2 could present adverse economic impacts. There could still be constraints to operational flexibility for the fleet, and it's likely to still have the greatest impact on the inshore sector given the heavy reliance of that sector on the corridor area. Relative to alternative 5, sub-option 1, option 2 likely further reduces negative economic impacts. Under this option, there could be more stat areas that stay open. The stat areas that are chosen to close could be different by sector. Open stat areas are able to change annually based on the 3 criteria identified and based on updated available information. Specific impacts to Western Alaska chum salmon users under alternative 5 and the corridor options are again an extension of the analysis of Western Alaska chum salmon savings. So to the extent that any of the corridor options are able to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, this could promote increased AEQ returns and contribute to broader benefits. This could occur through incentivizing increased chum salmon avoidance strategies, pre-corridor closure, increased fishing outside of the corridor, pre-corridor closure, or post-corridor closure. The analysis is not able to provide AEQ savings under the methods for analysis of this option, but provides distinctions in how incentives may contribute to the likelihood and magnitude of the expected impacts. And that's referring to a lot of the nuances that we just spoke to in terms of Western Alaska chum salmon impacts under the different corridor options.
Okay, this slide speaks to the unintended consequences, which is to say the potential impacts to Chinook salmon PSC under all three in-season corridor options in one place. So first, this is figure 348 from the analysis, and this is showing you the Chinook bycatch rates during each month of the pollock bee season, inside and outside the corridor. So each facet or square is representing 1 month. The comparison inside to outside is differentiated between the blue and the orange, respectively. And this is used to illustrate when and where Chinook salmon bycatch rates or numbers were higher to set the stage for understanding the potential unintended consequences to Chinook salmon PSC under each of these three corridor options. Chinook salmon bycatch rates were usually lower in June and July, both inside and outside the corridor, with fairly small differences between these two spatial strata. The takeaway here for Chinook is different than what it was for Western Alaska chum salmon and total chum salmon PSC, however, because the management measures that are being considered under Alternative 5 are not creating incentives for Chinook salmon avoidance. The pollock fleet would be responding to the in-season corridor cap that would be set into regulation. So if vessels are able to carefully balance their operations while operating under an in-season corridor bycatch cap set in regulation, the impacts to Chinook salmon PSC would be neutral. Regardless of whether we're looking inside or outside of the corridor, in the months of September and October, we can see that the Chinook bycatch rates increase as compared to prior months in the bee season. So the risk of increasing Chinook salmon bycatch would primarily be driven by timing, because the rates of Chinook salmon bycatch are typically much greater in September and October, again, as compared to those prior months. Option 1 was shown to displace the greatest amount of pollock catch from the corridor, and it is the option that would provide the least operational flexibility after a closure. So option 1 was determined to hold the greatest risk relative to the other corridor options in terms of creating adverse, which is to say negative impacts to Chinook salmon PSC. In comparison, option 2 poses the least risk to increasing Chinook salmon bycatch, providing the greatest operational flexibility as well after a closure. This slide describes the potential unintended consequences of Alternative 5 on herring bycatch. So similar to Chinook salmon, I'm going to focus on the main dynamics expected to drive impacts to herring under all three in-season corridor options in one place. Alternative 5 is expected to have neutral or adverse effects on herring for the same rationale as Chinook salmon. If vessels can carefully balance their operations while operating under the in-season corridor cap, the impact to herring bycatch would be neutral. That being said, there's a unique dynamic with herring under Alternative 5 that's important to note. So figure 331 is on the right-hand side of this slide, and it shows the spatial relationship between the in-season corridor, which is the red polygon, and then the summer savings areas, which are shown in green, as well as other relevant groundfish management boundaries. As you can see, there's substantial overlap between the in-season corridor and the summer herring savings areas, meaning that restrictions in one area could affect access to another. The herring bycatch limit could be reached early in the bee season or in earlier months in the year, even if the corridor itself has not closed to a sector or cooperative. At the same time, if a sector or cooperative met the in-season corridor cap under Alternative 5, it could be excluded from most or all of the from all of the summer herring savings area. The impacts to herring under alternative 5 would primarily be driven by fleet movement as vessels make choices on where to go to avoid chum salmon. And again, option 1 would be expected to pose the greatest consequence to vessels. And so the analysis expects this option would present the greatest risk of increasing herring bycatch as greater effort is taken to avoid meeting that cap and fleet movement inside the corridor. In contrast, option 2 provides greater operational flexibility and is expected to pose the least risk out of the 3 in-season corridor options to herring bycatch. Before we move on to options 3 and 4 of alternative 5, this slide highlights some of the primary trade-offs among the 3 in-season corridor options for you. When comparing these 3 options against each other, the council may wish to weigh the positive impact that may be achieved in terms of bycatch reductions based on the incentives and consequences created under each of these options, the economic impacts to the fleet if a closure does occur, and the potential impacts to Western Alaska chum salmon, as well as the impacts to other PSC species after a closure. All of these topics were covered in the previous slides, addressing each one of these options individually. So this is just meant to be a short summary for you that is available in an easy to read format. Okay. So moving to option 3 of alternative 5. As a reminder, option 3 would implement an in-season, an abundance threshold alongside the in-season corridor that would suspend the in-season corridor at periods of high Western Alaska chum salmon abundance. When the 2 thresholds that would be used, or one of these 2 thresholds would be used, were evaluated, the corridor would have been suspended, meaning not in effect in either 0 or 2 years. And so if option 3 were included in alternative 5, this would not be expected to greatly reduce the potential positive impacts to Western Alaska chum salmon as compared to selecting alternative 5 alone. Option 4 of alternative 5 would change the start date of the winter herring savings area closure from September 1 to September 30th. This option would only affect where the fleet can target pollock during September in a year where that herring bycatch limit had already been met. So to analyze the effects of this option on all PSC species, and I'm just speaking to it here first for chum salmon, we looked at the rates inside the winter savings area and then outside during the month of September. And we would be concerned about creating a negative impact if the bycatch rates were greater inside the winter savings area as compared to outside. Option 4 is expected to have a largely neutral impact compared to status quo. So the pollock fishery was only prohibited from fishing inside the winter herring savings area during September once in the analyzed period, which was the 2020 B season. However, if the pollock fishery did reach the herring limit and was able to continue fishing inside that winter herring savings area throughout the month of September, the analysis doesn't show a great risk of increasing chum salmon bycatch or Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And that's because the rates were typically lower inside the winter herring savings area as compared to outside areas. And that assessment is available to you in table 363.
Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. On that last statement, Dr. Hapola, the rates of chum bycatch were lower in the winter herring savings area, or Western Alaska chum rates were lower, or both?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. So table 363 looks at total chum salmon PSC rates inside the winter herring savings area and outside the winter herring savings area. And that's just due to the fact that we didn't look at the herring savings area as a separate spatial strata to collect samples from and run the genetics. But that area is further northwest where it has some overlap with genetic clusters 3 and 4, and primarily 4, I think. So the proportions of Western Alaska chum salmon have historically been lower in that compared to areas further towards the Alaska Peninsula. That's your question. Okay, this slide, we'll talk through the impacts of option 3 to Chinook salmon and herring. Again, option 3 would implement an abundance-based threshold that would suspend the in-season corridor. We're discussing the impacts to these two PSE species together because the expected outcomes are similar. So the analysis shows the in-season corridor would likely to continue to be in effect each year if future levels of abundance are similar to what has been observed in the past. If the in-season corridor were to be selected and it was suspended in years with high abundance, the impact to Chinook and herring would be neutral relative to status quo. When compared to selecting alternative 5 alone, including option 3 would provide greater flexibility to the fleet to be able to balance operations against multiple constraining PSE limits and species. However, this additional flexibility would again only be available in years with high abundance when that management measure was turned off. For option 4, again, looking at Chinook salmon and herring together, the main takeaways are similar in that option 4 would provide greater operational flexibility to the fleet in a year when the herring bycatch limit had been met by allowing vessels to maintain access to a larger amount of fishing area encompassed within the winter herring savings area. And this would essentially mirror what's possible in years that the herring PSC limit has not been met. In general, for both of these species, we would be concerned about unintended consequences if the bycatch rates for Chinook and herring were greater inside that savings area as compared to outside. And the analysis shows the September bycatch rates for each of these species were usually lower inside the winter herring savings area as compared to outside. And we looked at the summer savings area and then the remainder for this analysis, similar to total chum salmon. Because the rates are lower inside that winter area, the analysis does not expect that option 4 would result in unintended consequences, but rather provide a benefit to Chinook salmon and herring avoidance by allowing the fleet greater flexibility to continue fishing in this low-risk area. And one final point to note, just because this came up as a question for staff in the AP, including option 4 as an element of alternative 5 would not be expected to reduce the fleet's incentive to avoid herring bycatch earlier in the year. The fleet would still have an incentive to maintain low herring PSC to not risk losing access to the fishing grounds encompassed within the savings areas, and the winter herring savings area closure extends into March of the following year, which would have an impact on the subsequent A season.
Alternative 5, option 3 is that abundance-based trigger. For the impacts to the pollock fishery, there'd be no economic impacts from the corridor cap in years with high returns of summer and fall chum salmon on the Yukon. If future conditions are similar to what's occurred under status quo, selecting option 3 is not expected to greatly change the potential impacts of the corridor option alone. Alternative 5, option 4 may provide additional flexibility for the pollock fishery if the herring PSC apportionment is met. Again, this would delay the start of the winter herring savings area closure from September 1 to September 30th if a closure occurs. And as a reminder, the intention here is to provide additional pollock fishing flexibility as increased prioritization of chum salmon avoidance may increase the likelihood of hitting the herring PSC limit. As you can see in the table here on the right, vessels do not appear to have a high dependency on this area in September. However, the flexibility is most likely to benefit the CP fleet, followed by CDQ and mothership vessels.
Okay, the next section of our presentation, we'll walk through some of the potential impacts from combining one or more of the action alternatives together. So turning now to the potential impacts of alternative 2 or 3 and 5 on chum salmon and Western Alaska chum salmon. So this regulatory scenario would result in a hard cap and an in-season corridor cap being in effect. And big picture, this would mean that all chum salmon caught inside the corridor would count towards the corridor's bycatch cap, and all chum salmon caught inside the corridor as well as outside of the corridor would count towards the hard cap. This dynamic in large part drives the expectation that this combination of alternatives would be expected to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch or total chum salmon bycatch compared to status quo, but the savings would be influenced by many factors, including the cap amounts that were selected for each of those alternatives, future fishing behavior, as well as environmental conditions and proportions of Western Alaska chum salmon on the fishing grounds. A hard cap provides an incentive for vessels to minimize their total bycatch as practicable, regardless of where they're fishing. And as we talked about under alternative 5, there's a risk that after a corridor area closed, there's uncertainty in the total level of bycatch that may be achieved in a given year if vessels are displaced to open areas outside. And so having a overall cap on top for outside areas may mitigate some of that risk and uncertainty. Turning now to alternatives 2 or 3 plus 5, as well as 4. This is a regulatory scenario where a hard cap and an in-season corridor cap and the IPA changes would be in effect. Adding alternative 4 into the mix is not expected to reduce the effectiveness of alternatives 2 or 3 or 5 and their potential to reduce chum salmon bycatch. The IPA's responses to these provisions would likely be used as tools to stay below either cap. However, compared to selecting alternative 4 as a standalone alternative, alternatives 2, 3, or 5 may reduce some of the potential benefits of alternative 4 alone. So for example, there's been some interest and conversation on in-season genetics and the fleet's ability to target Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance, but also the incentives that are created by alternatives that hold a cap versus alternative 4, which does not. And the main flexibility to think about with alternative 4 and the trade-off with alternatives that include a cap is that the fleet has the opportunity to respond to in-season genetics or historical genetics information in the hotspot closures and where they move, as compared to caps, which incentivize the fleet to target fishing in the areas with the lowest total rates possible to minimize the risk of meeting either the hard cap or the corridor cap. Additionally, alternative 4 as a standalone alternative provides greater flexibility to the pollock fishery to maintain operations and balance avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon, Chinook salmon, and herring once alternative 2, 3, or 5 are layered onto alternative 4. You would then be thinking about the alternatives 2, 3, and 5 and the flexibility that they provide, or the operational flexibility that they provide for the fleet to avoid these other bycatch species. So those are some of the primary trade-offs and thinking about the combination of these alternatives together.
Compared to alternative 2, 3, or 5 being selected in isolation, selecting overall chum salmon PSC limit alongside any of the 3 in-season corridor options under alternative 5 could result in greater and adverse impacts on the pollock industry. An overall chum salmon PSC limit would generate the greatest consequence for any sector compared to any of the other proposed actions because it would halt the bee season for the sector with no opportunity to fish elsewhere. However, depending on where each PSC limit is set, if they're set in combination, the risk of a corridor closure could be greater and potentially drive behavior. The combination of both an overall and in-season corridor, chum salmon PSC limit set at relatively low amounts, where option 1 of alternative 5 is selected to the entire corridor, where the entire corridor would close. This combination, like
Check, check.
I think this mic just went offline. Okay, sorry, Madam Chair. So I was talking about the combination of alternatives and impacts to the pollock sector. When considered in combination at the lowest levels with a alternative 5 option 1 cap, this is expected to have the greatest set of adverse impacts for pollock harvesters, processors, associated communities, with the potential to have broader implications. It's difficult to predict how vessels and processors might react in a scenario with a higher likelihood of an early bee season closure. Companies will have to do their own initial risk assessment and think about whether they expect to recover their fixed operating costs. Some vessels may choose not to participate. There could be a consolidation of quota. Alternatively, it could be that vessels continue to operate, they use current avoidance strategies, and there's more erratic closures that happen within the bee season. If vessels continue to participate within the combination of management measures adopted, it would be likely that this would result in even more complex decision-making in season and increased avoidance costs. Shoreside processors will also conduct their own risk assessment if these options are adopted in combination, as fixed costs associated with opening and operating these facilities can be substantial. There are many scenarios where a processor decision in the bee season could drive opportunities for inshore vessels. When considering alternative 2 or 3 in combination with 4 and or 5, adding on alternative 4, generally, the avoidance techniques in alternative 4 could aid the industry in attempts to remain under the overall PSC limits or corridor-specific caps. So in general, adding on alternative 4 is unlikely to increase the cost relative to the assessment of the standalone alternatives. There may be some exceptions to this, for instance, provision 6. If it requires the vessels to move when they're already closed out of a corridor, there could be some compounding costs associated with that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I apologize. I couldn't tell if you were still going, Ms. Marion. My question is on the combination of alternatives relative to its effect on chum. So I guess I'm back on slide 120. And one of the bullets there is that adding alternatives 2, 3, and 5 could reduce the potential benefits of alternative 4. And so benefits to what was that bullet referring to? I could see 2, 3, and 5 benefiting maybe chum overall, but I'm not really interested in that. So is that reduced potential benefits of alternative 4 on Western Alaska chum or on total chum?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. The slide bullet does not note Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance in terms of the potential benefits of alternative 4 as a standalone versus adding the other alternatives that include a cap, but that is what I was trying to speak to. So alternative 4 as a standalone alternative has a benefit of providing the fleet the opportunities to use the in-season genetics and the rolling hotspot program, the additional provisions under alternative 4, and respond to targeted Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance efforts. The caps being considered under alternative 2, 3, and 5 also have the potential to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, but the mechanisms are very different. And the cap being in place under any of those alternatives is what the fleet would be responding to. The trade-off is that the fleet would be expected to operate in areas with the lowest total chum salmon PSC rates, regardless of the Western Alaska proportion there, in response to avoiding the risk of meeting either the corridor cap or a hard cap.
Follow up, Madam Chair. Thank you. So that, I mean, really there is a chance those caps in combination could reduce Western Alaska chum because you've closed down the fishery or closed them out of some areas. And then there's just a lot of uncertainty around that because those caps are overall chum and may drive the behavior more than Western Alaska chum. Did I get that? Avoidance. Did I get that right?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. The caps, which would function and measure the fleet's performance against total chum, all genetic reporting groups, are what the fleet would respond to, and that incentive will drive their behavior.
Thank you. And Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along these same lines and on the same slide, I'm wondering if you can clarify for me the ranking of these PSC species. So even if alternatives 2, 3, or 5 were layered with alternative 4, would Chinook avoidance still be the primary driver of an incentive? And then hard caps on chum would be secondary? Or potentially would combining all these alternatives bump chum bycatch avoidance up above Chinook avoidance?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, that is a difficult question. As I understand it, if the fleet is required to operate under a hard cap for 2 different PSC species, so here, setting aside herring, that is not on the table. There is an existing Chinook salmon hard cap in place, and there's alternatives 2 and 3, which look at that for chum, and then the corridor bycatch cap for alternative 5. The fleet, it's our expectation and what is conveyed in the analysis that the fleet will respond to the cap that is the most constraining, that poses the greatest risk to them. And that, yes, that could be chum salmon, that could be Chinook salmon. It will depend in season, and then the interplay between the cap amounts that you're looking at, conditions in that given year, among other factors. But yes, fundamentally, adding a cap for chum salmon starts to play with that dynamic and prioritization for the fleet.
Thank you.
Okay, this section provides some comparison of the alternatives. The impact analysis in section 2.8 for you contains a more detailed walkthrough. So we're going to cover some of the high points and then some other sections as well here. So the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that every fishery management plan and regulation implementing those plans be consistent with the national standards. For any council action, different alternatives may have trade-offs among the national standards. So for instance, some alternatives being considered in this action may be more likely to reduce chum bycatch, but may also be more likely to adversely impact pollock-dependent communities, among other considerations. The council must consider how to balance the national standards. Chapter 6 of the DEIS provides an assessment of the proposed alternatives in relation to the national standards, and a reference is provided to sections of the analysis that are particularly relevant to this consideration. Although the reference sections within and across Chapter 6 may not be the only information that is available to you. This is staff's assessment of all the alternatives, and it is not usually presented. This is here for your consideration, but as you're aware, the council will make an assessment of the national standards and how to address and balance them and its rationale for a preferred alternative if you so choose to recommend one. The final EIS would be updated based on the rationale that is provided. So highlighting Chapter 6 as a resource and reference for you. This slide provides an abbreviated version of Table 230 in the document, and it compares the potential advantages and disadvantages of each alternative relative to Chum and Western Alaska Chum Salmon Bycatch, as well as Chinook Bycatch. Again, as stated previously, the alternatives that are under consideration are the management tools that are available to the council at this time to reduce Western Alaska Chum Salmon Bycatch. They differ from one another based on the consequences they hold, as well as the incentives that they provide and create for vessels to avoid Western Alaska Chum Salmon, as well as the operational flexibility they provide to the fleet to balance their operations. Again, because the council is here at final action and its rationale for a preferred alternative, the council should address how it accomplishes the objectives identified in the problem statement, Table 230, as well as other resources throughout Section 2.8 and elsewhere in this analysis provide reference points for you should you wish to use them.
A new section in the document is section 4.6, which provides consideration of net benefits to the nation. This type of consideration is required under Executive Order 12866, as well as guidance within National Standard 1 and 9. Distributional impacts are discussed throughout the analysis in the impact section, but this type of analysis and this look in this section is at a particular scope, the national level, and it's a specific type of economic analysis, a benefit cost analysis framework. So benefit cost analysis typically quantifies values to the extent possible. The concept is to weigh marginal costs and marginal benefits in a comparable currency. Given the high degree of uncertainty around marginal costs and benefits of this within this action, both in magnitude but also in likelihood, it's not possible to quantify the net benefits to the nation under any of the action alternatives. But we use the guidance from the executive order and provide some benefit cost analysis context and a qualitative characterization of the benefits and costs in this section. Relative to the guidance around the executive order, just for purposes of this section, we characterize the benefits as specifically related to the intended outcome of reducing Western Alaska chum salmon and the benefits around improving conditions related to directed fisheries. The costs, just as described in this section, are related to the investments or inputs needed to achieve the goal. And so these are characterized and summarized in Table 449 and 450 in the paper. I just wanted to highlight some high-level points relative to this benefit cost analysis framework from this section. Because all quantitative estimates in the analysis are based on fishery or area closures using retrospective data, this presents a stark trade-off between possible costs, foregone revenue, and benefits Western Alaska chum salmon saved. However, these methods are not able to account for future chum salmon savings or from avoidance efforts, avoidance costs, or preserved revenue resulting from behavioral changes to avoid meeting the PSC limits or corridor caps. If measures are able to motivate fishing that yields the desired benefits, meaning reduced Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, without closing the fishery, it's more likely to have greater or less negative net benefits to the nation. While this analysis does not demonstrate chum salmon AEQ savings from an overall cap would alone tip the scale for allowing increased harvest opportunities, there's uncertainty around avoidance behaviors in addition to cumulative impacts from other factors. If measures are able to aid in increased returns such that it allows harvest opportunities, although unquantified in this section, there could be substantial and widespread benefits. And this section also highlights that there could be either positive or negative benefits, meaning unintended consequences, for Chinook salmon based off of fleet response to new management measures.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope this is the appropriate place for this question. I didn't see an ecosystem section per se, and it looks like this is a break before we move into the next section. I'm curious if the analysis looks at the potential impacts on shifting the pollock fleet and what that would do to crab mortality. I saw in the analysis it spoke to crab prohibited species catch. And, it explained the reasons why that wasn't a good metric. I saw the analysis also added information on crab, essential fish habitat, given the corridors, so that was helpful. But what I didn't see was the impacts on crab mortality, given that we have several recent council analyses showing that there's the potential for significant unobserved fishing mortality. And we have the unobserved fishing mortality work group document showing that this is potentially a significant concern. So I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to that.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen. So don't know that we address unobserved mortality specifically. I know there's been research around this topic. I'm not sure we have baseline estimates of unobserved mortality that we would have to compare within this alternative. And I think under the cap levels, it might be difficult to say something meaningful about the impacts, except that under the cap, there could be a situation where the fishery is closed early. So that we don't have estimates for unobserved mortality under status quo, so we wouldn't have something to compare it to, but that would be a consideration under alternative 2 and 3. In terms of the corridor caps and thinking about unobserved mortality, I think you could look at the figures provided on EFH. This is figure 356 on page 289, which shows EFH. You probably especially want to look at the yellow, the hot spots for blue king crab, red king crab, snow crab, and tanner crab, and thinking about where crab habitat is relative to the corridor may allow you to draw some inferences about where the fleet would be moving to, and whether that might have an impact on unobserved mortality or not, I'm not sure, but I think there could be some considerations tracking with crab habitat in general.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I wonder if you could explain a little bit better, Ms. Marion, that the bullet, well, it's where your photo starts on if measures aid increased chum salmon returns. And I realize that can't be quantified in terms of the benefits. I understand that in this net benefit to the nation analysis, but we did get a quantification of like kind of the potential salmon savings in a sense that we could get under the most restrictive cap alternatives, for instance, like 3,000 Yukon chum and 22,000 CWAC chum. And then in other places in the analysis, it says this is the low level of benefits is probably not going to change harvest opportunities so I'm just wondering where we're getting this. Is this statement more like if the measures that we take under this action is one positive contributor in the bunch of other positive contributors that would change, then we could see that level of benefits. And I don't mean to be picky on the wording, but it really makes a difference in terms of what level of benefit we can provide.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think what I'm really trying to convey in that bullet is represented in table 450 on page 436. This section of the analysis was tricky to do because we don't have a preliminary preferred alternative. I'm looking across all of the possible alternatives, which really vary in scope and magnitude. But also, as you're mentioning, there's a lot of other cumulative factors that are going to contribute to how in-river users may experience opportunities. And so it is what you're referencing. I think that bullet is intending to say if measures under these actions, along with other positive factors, are able to contribute. So in that table, there's a column that highlights the likelihood of these kinds of benefits depend on these other cumulative factors. So both factors that could reduce the overall benefits and also contribute to them if they're moving in the same direction. So it's really highlighting kind of the piece of the puzzle. This table also highlights, doesn't quantify, but qualifies a range of these kinds of values, broader networks to human ecosystem, broader benefits to human ecosystem networks, subsistence fishing opportunities, cultural practices, health benefits, food security, things like this. These are the kind of broader types of benefits, but as highlighted in that likelihood of impact, there's a number of factors that we would think about in terms of these measures aiding those measures, those factors.
Thank you. And that's kind of without trying to put some sort of scale to those other factors. It's just if these all factors moved in a positive direction, we might see these types of benefits. And that I understand the limitations of this analysis. We're also trying to prove up on meeting our purpose and needs. So I just want to take everything in the right context.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is the right context, how you're describing it.
Okay, we're moving now into the management, monitoring, and enforcement section of this presentation. That portion of the analysis is available to you in Chapter 5, and we're going to turn this portion over to Mr. Doug Shaptel with the National Marine Fisheries Service to present these slides for you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Doug Shaftel with National Marine Fisheries Service out of the Anchorage office. With me today, as we present on monitoring, management, enforcement issues, are Josh Keaton, who can address specific questions you may have regarding monitoring issues, as well as Krista Milani, who is available to answer questions about in-season management issues, should you have them. Most monitoring, management, enforcement tasks that would occur under any of the alternatives you'd be considering here, specifically for PSC limit management, would be the same for chum salmon as they are currently for Chinook and chum under Amendment 91 and Amendment 110. Therefore, I'm going to start with an overview of this existing approach to monitoring and management. Then I'm going to shift to highlight some specific issues that the council should consider in developing a preferred alternative. So starting with monitoring issues, through a combination of the observer and electronic monitoring programs, all salmon are counted in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. With regard to the catcher vessels, each catcher vessel has either an observer or an electronic monitoring system monitoring the catch. Catcher vessels must retain and deliver all salmon to the processing facility. And at the processing facility, an observer monitors the offloads, and an observer counts the salmon and takes genetic samples. For catcher processors and motherships, there are 2 observers on every vessel, and cameras ensure that the catch is properly sorted. During the at-sea processing, salmon are sorted into salmon storage bins, and observers count each salmon and take biological samples. Under all of the alternatives, this monitoring approach would remain the same. So this table shows the tasks that NMFS currently performs monitoring and managing Chinook and chum salmon bycatch. And I'm just going to go over it quickly and highlight which of these tasks are going to, again, remain the same should you choose a PSC limit alternative for chum salmon. So the process for apportioning PSC, chum salmon PSC, would be the same as for apportioning Chinook salmon, prohibited species catch. NMFS would first apportion to each sector and subsequently to CDQ groups, cooperatives, and any open access fishery in that season. The monitoring of the PSC limits would be the same as they are for Chinook, in that NMFS would monitor the PSC limits for each cooperative, CDQ group, and sector. And then for the open access fishery, it would monitor the PSC limits, but also have a role in closing the fishery if there was an exceedance. Under alternative 3, which is the abundance-placed PSC limit, the process for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to inform NMFS of chum salmon abundance estimates would be the same approach as currently works for Chinook salmon, PSC. That is, in October, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game provides a letter to NMFS and informs it of estimates of Chinook salmon abundance. NMFS then determines whether the PSC limit would apply for the following season. The same process would exist under alternative 3 for a chum salmon PSC limit. Under alternative 5, option 3, there's also a process for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to notify NMFS of high abundance, and that process would work the same way. Once the Alaska Department of Fish and Game notifies NMFS of abundance in October, if the estimates exceed the applicable threshold, NMFS would suspend the alternative 5 PSC limit in the following year. Under alternative 4, the process for approving IPAs would remain the same, as would the requirement for IPAs to provide annual IPA reports to the council. The process for transfers of PSC would also be the same as for Chinook. For all PSC limits, whether under alternative 2, 3, or 5, as with Chinook, exceedances of PSC limits would be prohibited by regulation. Cooperatives will then be responsible for any violations. And as with Chinook, IPAs would be responsible for monitoring and managing that PSC limit at the vessel level should IPAs similarly choose to apportion to the individual levels, which means that IPAs would be responsible for keeping vessels from fishing after an exceedance. And that's the process that would be followed for dealing with exceedances and fishing after an exceedance under both alternatives 2 and 3. But under alternative 5, the way that the motion and the alternative is currently written, the motion from last year that generated the current version of the alternative. The alternative 5 describes under option 1 and sub-option 1 that NMFS would be responsible for closing a corridor area or portion of a corridor area, presumably by issuing a notice in the Federal Register. And we just wanted to explain why we're not recommending that process here. Time lags for bycatch data and the publication in the Federal Register of closure notices could prevent timely closures upon the reaching of a PSC limit. So what happens again for Chinook is that regulations prohibit fishing by a CDQ group, cooperative, or sector after an exceedance of an apportioned PSC limit. And then vessel operators, IPA managers, AFA cooperative managers, and NMFS monitor that Chinook salmon PSC limit, and vessels must stop fishing prior to exceeding that PSC limit. NMFS does monitor the PSC limit and report any cooperative or CDQ group that exceeds its PSC limit to NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. But this approach, by issuing a prohibition and then allowing the IPAs to manage and monitor their individual vessel, provides for a more timely enforcement than NMFS managed closures. By issuing that apportionment to the cooperative or the CDQ group, along with that prohibition, the cooperative or CDQ group can monitor their bycatch in near real time and cease pollock fishing immediately upon reaching the PSC limit. So again, just to be clear what NMFS is recommending here, it's recommending that if you were to select alternative 5, that the same approach to closures be taken as with Chinook. In other words, regulations would prohibit fishing in the temporary closure area after an exceedance has occurred, but NMFS would not be issuing closure notices in the Federal Register.
I have a question, Mr. Shiftel. Mr. Pamplin.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Sheftel. Would you mind going back to slide 129? I'm sorry, I was a little slow on the uptake there. Just real quick, on the bottom row for approving IPAs, two questions or two aspects of this. First off, in the lower right cell, it says not applicable, but doesn't NIMS need to approve the IPAs under alternative 5 if option 2 is selected?
Yes, that's correct. Under option 2, and the way it's currently written, NIMS would receive a notification by the IPAs of the stat areas that they are choosing to constitute that closure area. And then NIMS would need to review and approve that prior to the bee season. And I will be getting into that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And then I can look up 50 CFR and then a whole bunch of other stuff. But could you just share some highlights of what is included under the reasons that NIMS may disapprove an IPA?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, thank you again for that question. If you'll bear with me, I'm just about to shift to that. Let me get to that slide. So under option 2 of alternative 5, again, the IPAs are permitted to select the statistical fishing areas that would be closed. And the IPAs would be responsible for identifying stat areas based on chum catch, catch per unit effort, or pollock catch, and the relevant genetic data. And as I just mentioned, under this option, IPAs would submit those selected closure areas to the National Marine Fisheries Service with sufficient time for us to review and approve of them prior to the start of the bee season. The selected closure areas would be included in an IPA amendment, and that also would need to include sufficient information for us to understand the basis of the selected stat areas. So then NIMS process for reviewing those areas would be similar to the existing process for reviewing and approving IPA amendments. And that is that NIMS would not evaluate the stat area selection beyond ensuring that it is properly based on the required criteria. So those criteria would be set forth in regulation. We would review each IPA amendment, make sure that in fact the stat areas seem to be based, and the explanation should make that clear upon the required criteria. And then if any information was lacking, we would notify the IPA representative and ask that it be provided. In the unlikely event that insufficient information were to be provided in a timely manner such that we could review and approve it prior to the bee season, we are going to recommend that those IPA members be prohibited from fishing in the corridor area during that bee season as a way of incentivizing that timely submission, but we don't anticipate that that will be an issue. One other important thing to note about the way the option 2 is currently structured is that after the IPAs received that approval of those stat areas, the IPAs would not be able to change the selected stat areas until after the close of the bee season. So those stat areas would apply throughout the season. So the next issue I want to address is how to manage a vessel or vessels that have opted out of joining an incentive plan agreement. And this would apply whether it's under alternative 4, whether you select alternative 4 or alternative 5, option 2. So since the adoption of the Chinook salmon PSC limits under Amendment 91 and the associated need for sectors to monitor their bycatch under incentive plan agreements, every vessel and CDQ group has been a member of an IPA. However, the regulations do not require an owner or CDQ group to join an IPA, but what they do is they provide incentives. And those incentives include consequences for failure to join an IPA, such as, two specific consequences. One is they would receive a reduced amount of non-transferable Chinook PSC if they were not to join an IPA. The second is that they would be subject to the chum salmon savings area. So under alternative 5, option 2, however, if a vessel or CDQ group were not a part of an IPA, it would not be subject to any IPA's closure area and there'd be no way for NIMS or the Office of Law Enforcement, no Office of Law Enforcement to monitor whether they fished in the closure area after an exceedance. So the issue for the council to decide is whether or not you want to consider an additional incentive to encourage vessels to join an IPA, such that they would also be subject to a closure area designated by that IPA under Alternative 5, Option 2. So an example of an opt-out incentive that you could add if you thought necessary would be that in the event that a vessel choose not to join an IPA, in addition to the existing consequences, specifically the reduced amount of Chinook PSC and being subject to the Chum Salmon Savings Area, would you want to exclude them from fishing in part or all of the corridor area during the bee season? So if you were to add that specific consequence, you probably would not need to continue to have the Chum Salmon Savings Area as an incentive to join IPAs.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven, then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I hadn't thought a whole lot about opt-out provisions because I don't see that happening in the real world. But just like the example that you just provided, is that, I don't recall seeing that in the analysis. Is that something that we could even consider at this point in the process?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that's a good question. With all these recommendations, it's important to make sure that in fact they've been analyzed. We did include this recommendation in our Chapter 5 Monitoring Management Enforcement section as something you could consider, though. So I just wanted to address two final monitoring issues to keep in mind if you were to select either Alternative 3 or Alternative 4. Under Alternative 3, Option 1, which is the Three River Index option, there's an issue of how the Department of Fish and Game, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, would replace a data source for estimating in-river abundance should that data source stop being maintained. And NMFS recommends the same approach be taken as occurs for Chinook. That is, in the event that the Department of Fish and Game identified a need to modify a methodology for estimating in-river abundance, it must explain the need and basis for modifying it in its annual letter to NMFS. If the council were to recommend Alternative 4, the process and timing consideration for adding these new IPA provisions would be the same as for the IPA amendments submitted to NMFS under Alternative 5, Option 2. And so again, we'd want to make sure that those IPA amendments are submitted in a sufficient time for us to review and approve them prior to the bee season.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Mr. Cheptel, on that, through the chair, on that Alternative 3, I mean, we've had some experience already with the Chinook Three River Index and just changing the modeling for one of those rivers that support the index. And so the recommendation is that we would ask ADF&G to then explain what happened in terms of trying to replace that data source. But in order to change the index itself, we would have to go through another reg amendment process, right?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I believe that's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaftel, for the presentation. My question is on enforcement and making sure I understood you correctly, that if there is a hard cap implemented or a cap that triggers a corridor, enforcement of any overages would only be to the co-op or CDQ level, not to the vessel level. Did I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, that is correct. We would monitor all of the PSC limit for down to the co-op level. We would not be monitoring any PSC limits that are allocated to individual vessels. That would be the responsibility of the IPAs themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the council, we are nearing the end of this presentation. So we're just going to wrap up with some final points and next steps for you. Again, the council is scheduled to make a final recommendation on a preferred alternative. There are several resources available to you in the DEIS as you consider the different alternatives individually as well as in combination with one another. Table 230 compares the advantages and disadvantages of the alternatives in terms of management measures. Table 231 compares the similarities and differences. Table 232 summarizes the alternatives and options that may or may not be combined. And then Table 111 has decision points for each alternative, and I'll come back to that in a second. Again, this slide was presented at the start of our presentation. It outlines for you the milestones that would need to be achieved following a preferred alternative recommendation. And then, of course, thank you to the contributors and everyone who's made this analysis what it is. It's been several years in the making, as you're all aware. So we wanted to make sure that we had acknowledged that. And then these extra slides walk through table 111. So each one of these slides corresponds to an alternative. Outlined below are the decision points should the council wish to move any of these alternatives forward. So think of this as a blueprint and framework for you as you consider public testimony, the AP report, and of course, will be available if you have more questions as well. But this is a resource for you.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. This for a very complex issue in the many years you've been working on this, both of you. I'll see if there are any final questions. Okay. Seeing none, I'm sure we'll have more for you throughout the next couple of days, but thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Don't want to get your hopes up too much at this point.
I'll keep them tempered.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're at a good spot to take our mid-morning break while we wait for finalization of the AP report. Once we, what's afternoon? Oh, sorry, we're in the afternoon. There's only 5 more days to go. So it really doesn't matter where we're at in the day. We're just all here together. So mid-afternoon break, let's come back at 3:20. I would like to give council members a couple minutes once the report comes in to review it since AP spends so much time on it. So we'll maybe update if we need to take a longer break. So at 3:20. So please just, it'll be noted on the screen if we're extending the break. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We had one more report that I forgot to take up and announce. So we have Mr. Sheptel here to provide the public comment summary on the DEIS. So we'll take this report. It's about 15 to 20 minutes from my understanding. We're hoping that the AP report will be posted by that time. Should be, I'm hearing from our vice chair. And then we will take a seated stand down for about 5 to 10 minutes for council members to read through that report before getting our oral AP report. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Drodmika. Again, Doug Shaftel, Fisheries Management Specialist out of NIMS Anchorage office. And I'm going to provide you a brief overview of the comments that NIMS received in the draft environmental impact statement. I'd like to give you a short overview of our tribal engagement and consultation that we've conducted around this action. That work is in addition to the tribal outreach that the council's staff has performed, as well as the council, the summary of which was provided separately in the agenda. And then I'd like to talk to you about some of the key points that NIMS received feedback on from numerous tribes and tribal coalitions at its tribal consultation that it held on January 26th. So NIMS prepared a summary of the public comments submitted on the draft environmental impact statement during a 112-day public comment period, which ran from the date of publication on September 12th, 2025 through January 5th, 2026. All these comments were shared with council members and were available to the public as of January 6th, 2026. But the intent of preparing this summary was to share with the council the topics and requests in a summary format that were submitted in the over 600 comment submissions that NIMS received. Because of the limited time available, we have not yet prepared responses to these comments, but we plan to do so as part of preparing a final environmental impact statement should the council recommend a preferred alternative. The comments received on the draft environmental impact statement and summarized in this document should receive similar weight as those that are submitted on the council's agenda and the testimony that you receive during this meeting. In preparing this summary, we organized the comments by topic in much the same way that we would do when we're addressing comments during a rulemaking. If there was a single letter or comment that addressed multiple topics, we would split them out. And for numerous comments that generally said the same thing, we merged them into a single comment. We tried to make the summary a relatively concise document, and I hope you found it to be. It's not my intention to provide a comprehensive overview, but I did want to note a few points and themes that we heard. So you should find comments on the preferred alternative under topic 2, alternatives. We heard from many representatives of tribes and tribal coalitions, as well as conservation organizations, a desire to see a preferred alternative that combines alternative 2 at 100,000 PSC limit, alternative 4, and alternative 5, option 1 at a 50,000 PSC limit. It was explained that the alternative 2 PSC limit is necessary as a backstop to bycatch in parts of the fishing grounds outside of the alternative 5 corridor area and closure window. We heard from representatives of catcher vessels and catcher processors support for alternative 4 as a standalone option. It was noted that the alternative 4 provisions contributed to reducing chum salmon bycatch in recent years. The catcher processor organization also expressed support for alternative 5 under the smaller closure areas at higher PSC limits. And with regard to alternative 5 suboption 1, we heard concerns about the exclusion of statistical fishing areas that have histories of relatively high total chum salmon bycatch. With regard to alternative 5 suboption 2, we heard concerns about industry's ability to select the areas of closure and skepticism that they would choose areas that would effectively reduce whack chum bycatch. We received many comments from individual tribes who shared the impacts of salmon declines on their communities and the feeling of an unequal conservation burden. Many comments addressed the degree to which the draft environmental impact statement or the proposed alternatives comply with the Magnuson-Stevens Act's national standards, or the National Environmental Policy Act, including the degree to which overall limits satisfied the purpose and need. We heard concerns about low PSC limits and the uncertainty around benefits to whack chum salmon populations when balanced against the potential cost to the pollock fishery. We also heard about the impacts of removals in other directed salmon fisheries, such as Area M, managed by the state, relative to chum salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery. The vast majority of individual submissions were directed at the use of trawl gear and its impacts on the ecosystem, other species, and the seafloor. We summarized those under general comments because, while relevant to the subject fishery, they are outside of the scope of this action. While many of these comments noted impacts of pelagic trawl gear on the seafloor, impacts to marine mammals and Chinook salmon, and impacts on the larger ecosystem. We also heard from numerous commenters a desire for zero bycatch. Again, NMFS plans to prepare a comprehensive summary of the comments and respond to them when it prepares the final environmental impact statement, should the council recommend a preferred alternative. And before I transition into the tribal engagement consultation, I'll just pause and see if there are any questions.
Not seeing any questions. Thank you.
Okay. So NMFS engagement and consultation with tribes to address chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery began in early 2022 with informational meetings and consultations with numerous tribes and tribal coalitions. NMFS issued a notice of intent to develop an environmental impact statement on July 11th, 2023. NMFS then continued to engage and consult with tribes as the council analyzed and further refined the alternatives. Since 2022, NMFS has held 7 tribal engagement sessions that included information on this action, including the most recent session that it held on January 27th, 2026. NMFS has also conducted 5 tribal consultations, including the most recent on January 26th, the day before the engagement session. Additional tribal engagement and consultation meetings during the development of the environmental impact statement are outlined in sections 1.3. In section 1.3.6, and the input that we received from tribes and our efforts to meaningfully consider and respond to that input are outlined in section 1.3.7. In concert with the development of this action, NMFS has been working to better facilitate tribal participation in the council process. Starting in October of 2022, NMFS began preparing and circulating prior to each council meeting a tribal newsletter that provides, among other information, notice of the upcoming agenda items. Also, prior to each council meeting, NMFS circulates an invitation to request consultation on any of the upcoming agenda items that may affect tribes. Starting in March of 2024, we began regularly holding a tribal engagement session 2 to 3 weeks before each council meeting. These engagement sessions provide an overview of the upcoming council actions, a space for building relationships, and an opportunity for tribes to ask questions of NMFS and council staff. I'd like to just take this opportunity to speak briefly about the tribal cooperating agencies. As you've heard, NMFS and council staff were able to collaborate with both the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission and the Tanana Chiefs Conference on writing sections of the draft environmental impact statement. This collaboration has led to the incorporation of tribal knowledge and other information from tribes about the impacts of chum declines on communities within the Kuskokwim and Yukon regions, as well as other topics related to their expertise. We're grateful for the time, work, and insights provided by CRITVIC and TCC, specifically including Therese Vicente, Crystal Lapp, and the many people who supported them behind the scenes. NMFS acknowledges the tribes who have supported their efforts and tribal members who've contributed their knowledge to this work product. CRITVIC and TCC's contributions made the DEIS more comprehensive and insightful. NMFS will work to continue to improve upon the tribal cooperating agency process moving forward. With the exception of the most recent consultation, summaries of each consultation can be found on NMFS Alaska Region website. A separate, more detailed summary of the January 27th, 2026 consultation is to be circulated for review by attendees after the council meeting. However, to ensure that the council is aware of the messages shared with the National Marine Fisheries Service, it was agreed that we would prepare a summary and present it here. The following summary reflects the information heard at this consultation from these 14 tribes and tribal organizations. It's not intended to represent perspectives of other tribes or tribal organizations, nor the National Marine Fisheries Service. The following points were shared with NMFS during its most recent tribal consultation. Tribal representatives shared uniform support for a preferred action consisting of combining Alternative 2 at a chum salmon PSC limit of 100,000, Alternative 4 in its entirety, and Alternative 5 Option 1 at a chum salmon PSC limit of 50,000 to maximize potential savings of chum salmon. As a basis for a 100,000 chum salmon PSC limit under Alternative 2, it was noted that the fleet has twice since 2011 achieved bycatch of less than 100,000 chum salmon. One tribal representative stated that an Alternative 5 chum salmon PSC limit of 50,000 to 100,000 may be acceptable, and many tribal representatives expressed a preference for zero bycatch, but noted that the above is the best of the available options. Tribal representatives emphasized that they felt that an Alternative 2 overall PSC limit must be included as part of the combined preferred alternative with Alternative 5 for many reasons, including that 40% of chum salmon bycatch has historically occurred outside of the Alternative 5 corridor area and closure window. One tribal representative expressed opposition to the CDQ reserve pool. Tribal representatives opposed Alternative 3, either as a standalone alternative or as part of a combined alternative, because the estimates of abundance proposed have been shown to be unreliable. They further noted that it does not cap bycatch at all levels of abundance, and the percentiles used for abundance triggers are too low. Tribal representatives supported Alternative 4 because they support adding to regulations the existing salmon bycatch avoidance measures that the fleet has included in its IPAs. Tribal representatives, however, opposed Alternative 4 as a standalone alternative because they questioned whether it could be sufficiently effective in the absence of a hard cap. Regarding Provision 5 and Alternative 4, one representative requested tribes and authorized tribal governments be specified as recipients of weekly IPA reports and co-design the information in those reports. With regard to Alternative 5, tribal representatives raised concerns with the closure areas under Sub-Option 1 and Option 2 as they shrink the overall closure area under Option 1. A tribal representative requested that should either option be used, in selection of the statistical areas to be closed, the council should require the use of total chum salmon caught as opposed to chum salmon bycatch rates. We also heard quite a bit about statistical area 655430 as having the highest number of chum salmon bycatch in the corridor, despite having a lower rate of chum bycatch to pollock harvest, and a desire for it and noting that it was not part of the sub-option 1 closure area and would not likely be part of an industry selected area under Option 2. Tribal representatives also opposed Alternative 5 Option 3 as it would turn off the corridor closure. We heard quite a bit also about traditional knowledge and the importance of greater incorporation of traditional knowledge into the council analytical and decision-making process. Tribal representatives are concerned that the council's process for reviewing best available science is not designed to ensure equitable treatment of traditional knowledge. Tribal representatives want traditional knowledge to be treated as best available science in the council decision-making process, rather than being viewed as secondary, anecdotal, symbolic, and less than. Specifically, an attendee recommended that the Statistical and Scientific Committee needs a dedicated seat for a traditional ecological knowledge holder who could provide review of the traditional ecological knowledge and give it the same consideration and respect as all other available science. It was also communicated that there should be a process for sharing traditional knowledge with the council so that it can be given equal treatment as Western science. Tribal representatives suggest adding a regular council meeting report similar to the B reports in which the council receives traditional knowledge. Further, it was requested that the council make a public statement about the best available science used in the analysis, including the use of traditional knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge. Tribal representatives suggested that NIMS provide feedback in the environmental impact statement that demonstrates how it received, considered, and incorporated traditional knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge into the decision-making process. NIPS also heard multiple requests that it document to the tribes how their input was meaningfully considered in the council's recommendation and in NIMS' final decision. Tribal representatives expressed concerns that Western and interior tribes are taking on an unfair burden of conservation with restricted and closed salmon fisheries, while they did not feel that any of the alternatives created a corresponding responsibility for the pollock fishery. A tribal representative reminded NIMS that tribal in-river fisheries are subject to layers of regulation with which they must comply, including potential new state regulatory restrictions. A tribal representative requested that salmon bycatch be distributed to Western and interior Alaska users who rely upon them. And a tribal representative requested a tribal seat on the council. Finally, a tribal representative noted that 18.7% of chum bycatch comes from the Gulf of Alaska. Again, this information will also be incorporated into a written summary that NIMS will post on its webpage once all the participants have signed off on their review. So that's all I have on the recent consultation, but I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Sheftel. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's appropriate to ask questions given you haven't done the final report, but on the slide 8 on how to share traditional knowledge with the council aside from in public testimony. One of the requests you said was a council statement on how traditional knowledge was used in analyses. And so we have our protocols and kind of a guide for council staff, analytical staff on how to both try to solicit and then incorporate local and traditional knowledge in analyses. Was this geared around modifications to that protocol, or was this more on a analysis by analysis basis, show how that was used in each document? And maybe that's a nuance that wasn't described, but I'm really interested in how we can improve that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it's my understanding of this request that it was really the latter, that in fact, as part of each analysis, that the council could identify how it used traditional knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge in its analysis.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shaftel, for the presentation. I'm not sure it's appropriate to ask you or some of the tribal reps as they come up in public testimony, so let me know what's more appropriate. But on your slide with the preferred alternative, you noted there was no tribal support for alternative 3 or option 5 or alternative 5, option 3, which are both the abundance-based approaches to setting a cap. I'm wondering if you could speak to why the tribes did not support that abundance-based approach.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you for the question. What we heard with regard to alternative 3 was really some concerns, both that the percentages for the abundance triggers were too low under alternative 3. So there's a 25th and a 50th percentile option under alternative 3. And it's my understanding that they thought that that did not reflect historical abundance accurately. And then the other, one of the other key reasons that they had a concern about alternative 3 was that it did not cap bycatch at all levels of abundance. And then with regard to alternative 5, option 3, I think the main concern there was that there would be a suspension of the PSC limit at all. Again, yeah, those questions could definitely be directed at tribal representatives as they speak to those issues during public comment as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Sheptel, on the same slide here, under alternative 5, that third bullet, I didn't hear you explicitly say it, and it's not written this way, but should I assume that it's total Western Alaska chum, not Western Alaska chum rates for stat area selection?
Chair Drobnik, I think that is a good question. My understanding, though, is that the way that alternative 5, at least option 2, is currently written is this total chum. And so what I think what they're emphasizing is that total chum, total number of chum, regardless of origin, be used as a way of selecting these areas, not the chum rates. I don't think WAC chum numbers are currently what are used to select those statistical areas under option 2.
Okay, thank you. I can also ask for clarification in public testimony. Appreciate it. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So our AP report is posted. Let's stand down until 4 p.m. and we will reconvene and take our AP oral report at 4. I think we're close enough to the end of the day that we likely won't get to public testimony today. So we'll plan on breaking after the AP report and coming back tomorrow at 8 a.m. to begin public testimony. Just a reminder for the public, any members wishing to testify, and if you haven't signed up, please do so at the end of or before the end of the AP report. So we'll come back at 4 p.m. Thanks. Okay, and our SSC report, the remainder of our SSC report is at 8 a.m. So we'll be beginning public testimony after that. I'll make another announcement for folks who walked out. Welcome back, everyone. So we will begin with our AP reports. Reminder, anyone wishing to testify on C2, please sign up before the end of this report. We have a time certain report at 8 a.m. that I also forgot about. It'll be our SSC report. So we'll start public testimony after our SSC report in the morning. And I'm not sure how long that'll take, anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour probably. So with that, I think we are ready for AP report. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Chelsea Riddell, co-vice chair on the advisory panel, and joining me is
Shannon Carroll, chair of the advisory panel.
And I am here to give the report on C2 Chum Salmon Bycatch. The motion reads, the AP recommends no changes to the purpose and need, and the AP recommends that the council select alternative 4 as the preferred alternative for final action as follows. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements, IPAs. Include in the IPA regulations at 50 CFR 679.21 F12 3E the following additive changes to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum salmon stocks. These requirements would be added to the existing federal regulations for IPAs at 50 CFR 679.21 F12 and the annual reporting requirements at 679.21 F13 would still apply. Number 1, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPA how historical genetic stock composition data are included in the chum salmon avoidance measures. 2, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPAs how they monitor for potential chum salmon avoidance closures more than once per week. 3, require the use of salmon excluders for the duration of A and B season. 4, require the pollock sectors to develop chum salmon vessel outlier provisions and implement within their IPA. 5, require IPAs to provide weekly salmon bycatch reports to interested salmon users, Alaska Native tribes, and tribally authorized consortia and fish commissions to allow for more transparency in reporting. 6, require the pollock sector IPAs to prohibit fishing and bycatch avoidance areas for all vessels regardless of performance when ADF&G weekly stat area bycatch rates exceed 5 chum per ton of pollock for CPs and 3 times the base rate for CVs and motherships. 7, establish a reporting benchmark for upper middle Yukon and CWAC chum to be developed in cooperation with tribal cooperating management agencies. And then that motion passed. Hold on one second.
13-4.
13-4. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. I'm wondering if you could help me understand number 7. I'm not, looks like that was a new addition to what we currently have in the analysis. And can you just, I'm sorry, I've had limited time to read the rationale. I'm sure it's described in there, but can you help me understand what a reporting benchmark might be? And then is that something, is it a reporting requirement to NIMS? And help me understand, if you would, what was intended there, if you can.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. So yes, that was an amendment. And typically, so we don't usually have additions at final action. But that was, it had a lot of discussion back and forth. And so the intent was to call it a reporting benchmark rather than a requirement. So the intent was to have more communication between the IPAs and the tribal cooperating management agencies. So there was not a specific metric or a requirement, but just that there was concern that as the motion had the alternative had previously been written, that there wasn't enough metrics or sort of accountability and communication with the tribe. So it's really to enhance communication between tribes and the IPAs. And I'll let Shannon add it.
Thanks. I think maybe just a little bit more context. There was Amendment 2, if you look at the AP report, was the original amendment that was made under this. And I think that might help get at more of the intent of what this language was ultimately getting to. I think the motion maker, the amendment maker was clear, and the intent was to try to create a focus on Western Alaska chum avoidance. And the minutes note many of the comments that were made about the importance of that under this action. They were also clear that this was meant to be sort of an aspirational target, and that's why it was included in the IPAs, and so not something that necessarily comes with penalties, but to drive performance. They were also in talking about what the benchmark may be, reference the numbers provided in the withdrawn amendment. That one of the reasons that amendment was withdrawn was, if you look in the report, there was references to impact rates and AEQ, and there was discussion regarding the difficulty of trying to calculate those numbers for the IPAs or whomever outside of the council process. So I think that might give a little bit more context.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Item number 4, the chum salmon vessel outlier provisions. Can you tell me what's that sentence mean to me? What should I understand that to mean?
Thank you, through the chair. So that means, so it's my understanding that the addition of this requirement brings it in line with the Chinook, the current Chinook requirements. So vessels are compared to each other and the overall rate. And so then the vessels at different levels are allowed to go in certain areas that others may not. It basically controls and gives the better performing vessels the ability to try new areas that may have been closed and try to test tow. So it basically helps drive performance within the fleet. But an IPA manager could probably answer that better.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. My question follows up on Ms. Baker's question. And can you clarify for me then the distinction between number 5 and number 7? Number 5 to me seems like a weekly report. So what's the difference with number 7?
Thanks to the chair, Ms. Cohen, for the question. That was discussed. I think it's also in the minutes. At least one AP member noted that what was intended under number 7 may be already included under the existing motion. And I think that was part of their rationale for opposing the amendment. I think the discussion around the AP in support of adding number 7 was that it was a more specific focus on Western Alaska chum avoidance, and also trying to set some sort of goal or target around that avoidance.
Thank you. And Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. I have a question around number 5 here and the new language about how to distribute the weekly salmon bycatch reports. I wonder if you could just give us a sense of sort of the nature of the discussion at the AP about how broadly to disseminate that. I understand there's a lot of interest in getting that information, but was there specific discussion around the best ways to get that information to the people who would be interested in it?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Kurland. Yes, through the chair, there was some discussion, and that's part of why the fish commissions and tribally authorized consortia were included, and some of that language was updated a little bit so that those groups could be given the information and then they could further disseminate it to all of their members and the people in their communities. And it was indicated that it seemed like email would be the best, but there was also a lot of discussion on how to have communication before they start doing that so that they can make sure it's in a format and has the things that the tribes want to see and to make sure they can understand the data. Mhm.
Yes, Ms. Gone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this question builds off Mr. Kurland's, and it's in one of the substitute motions that was proposed and failed, but it had a piece in there that said present IPA bycatch data in a more usable format. What exactly did that mean?
Thank you through the chair for the question, Ms. Goen. So well, one of the things was there was a lot of discussion about rates versus just whole numbers of chum. And so that was one of the points. People wanted to know the actual numbers of chum, not just rates. And then just making sure it is in a format that people can understand, realizing that captains look at that data all of the time, and so they can interpret it, and the managers can interpret it, but ensuring that tribes also can interpret it.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
I guess I don't really have a question. Everyone asked the other questions, but I do appreciate the advisory panel including the failed motions in the report and the rationale. I know that's not always the standard when a motion fails, but I think in this case that was good judgment and very helpful for the council to see other motions that the AP discussed, even if they didn't pass. So appreciate that.
And Ms. Goen, another question?
Yeah, thank you. And I haven't had a chance to read all the rationale, so this is probably in there, but this is an alternative 5 motion that was proposed and failed. And it selected a cap of 225,000 total chum. I'm just wondering does the rationale speak to why that number was picked?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, Ms. Goen, for the question. Yes, the rationale does include why that number was selected, but it was, so you'll see that in the failed substitute motion, there was the most restrictive cap levels, even in amendment or alternative 5. So, and that had been brought up and failed first. So then when the amendment to just add alternative 5 into the motion was brought forth, the maker of the amendment wanted to offer a number that was more balanced. It wasn't at the least restrictive end, but it wasn't at the most restrictive end either.
They also cited some information from the DEIS on page 225 or 215. So it's also in the minutes. Thanks.
Thanks. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you both for your leadership and thank the whole AP for their hard work on this really complex and challenging issue. Thanks. Okay, so with that, we'll break for the day, come back at 8 a.m., beginning with our SSC report, and then we will begin public testimony on C2. Thank you. Have a good evening.